Roy. Hey, Herr Balthan, how you doing? So if I have this correctly, the preamplifier that I have for my microphone, the one that I built myself, because this is just Obother's shop. This is how things work. I built my own. I'm tapping it like it's a cigar. I built my own preamp and I put it inside of this case. I built two of these. Julian uses one and I use one during the dual streams. We had a comment on the stream. I forget if it's the one with Julian or not, but there was something like a 48 kilohertz or 400 kilohertz, some high kilohertz dog whistle noise coming through the mic. And I think what happens with the mic pack is that it flattens out one of the differentials of the XLR, and then it puts the audio on the other differential of the XLR, which technically gives you a differential in the end, right? It gives you the right signal. You're not exactly doing precise differential stuff, and it still cancels common mode noise well enough, I think. So that's what my mic pack does. It's an Elliott Circuits project that's like really, really good at doing what it does. It produces one-to-one audio from your electret microphone. But I think what happens is, and maybe I'm wrong about this, I need to look at the circuit again, but it chooses which one of the two lines that it's going to be putting the audio onto, inverted, I guess. And I think one of them's a little buzzy. It's not morning anymore. I guess you got 40 minutes until, I don't know when you technically call it morning. So it's afternoon here. I don't know what it is where you're from, whatever godless hedonistic hell zone you occupy. It may still be morning there, but you disgust me. But anyway, so I don't know if one of the lines puts out erroneous stuff or if it gets knocked into like a terrible, New York City, not even floods can clean that place up. I freaking hate New York City. I don't hate New York City. I really don't. I can't stomach it. I'm from Philly. I like to have, less city for my city, if that makes any sense to you. New York is just endless, and it's a great place, but I could not imagine spending a lot of time there. I like visiting. That's pretty much it. And then I lived in DC for a while, and if you go visit the National Mall, keep in mind, there is nowhere to get food unless it's a $14 burger on the mall. You're gonna have to go to like a museum store. So you get very, very tired. It's a very long walk that day, going from museum to museum to museum. Anyway, the mic pack. I think it gets like stuck in a weird mode and it puts out like kind of a buzz or something. You guys have heard it before where it gets kind of on the highs when I talk loudly. It kind of gets a little crackly, and I'm not trying to derive a comedic effect from that. I don't want that in my stream. I have to unplug and plug back in, and then everything kind of falls into place properly. Yeah, I don't have disdain for New York City. I've had a lot of friends that have lived there. I just don't. It's not for me. Not for me. Not for me. Oh, we need to calibrate this. Arm procedure. Everybody thinks Batman is from New York, but at least the Frank Miller comics have a One Liberty Place style building, and Batman Arkham based the sort of gothic and modern architecture off of Philadelphia. If you look at the original Arkham game, if you walk up to one of those books in like the library area that's open on the pedestal, there's Philadelphia on it. I noticed these things. I believe that Batman's utilization of a car to get around, as well as the swinging grappling hooks and the fact that his mansion very much resembles Strawbridge's Strawberry Mansion in Philadelphia, with that weird entrance that it has from Liberty Drive. Yeah. Wayne Johnson, hey, thank you for the 54 months. I really appreciate that. I think Julian would maybe agree with me, and I got to bring that up with him at some point. My Batman is from Philadelphia theory. I think it holds water, but I would like to see his arguments, because Julian is a mega Batman fan. He is a super duper duper Batman fan. I watched the Adam West cartoons as a kid, not cartoons, the Adam West show as a kid. And I'm a huge fan of the animated series in the 90s. That was where I cut my teeth with Batman. Other than that, I'm not a super duper duper Batman fan. I can't hold a candle to what Julian knows. So I would love to cut chew the fat with him about my theory one time. He'll probably immediately disprove it and say he's from, actually it's from, because the real Gotham City is somewhere, it's supposedly a twin city with Metropolis, so it's a little bit more Midwest, but I don't know. That's my theory. I don't have any kind of liquid for the stream. My glucose level is going to be absolutely ridiculous. Wayne Johnson, thank you for the 54 months. Don't let me gloss over that. Actually, it does look like it's kind of going to plateau, so maybe I'll be all right. Maybe I'll be all right. We got a bunch of parts in the mill. Oh, that's right. I have a blue sky thingy that I post. I don't know what the fuck to call them. There it goes. I love the bass line in here. No, fat. No. That's too heavy. That's too heavy. It's not no politics. Just keep them to a minimum. That's all. I don't want to totally clamp down on it. I want there to be, you know, because people will come in and say dumb shit, and we can just, I'll slap them down verbally. I can handle that. I can handle that. Yeah, just don't. Yeah, we're just don't pin it. That's all. We'll be fine. We'll be okay. I appreciate it though. We're gonna try to lay low. And I you know, if you smack somebody down who's talking political, I am behind you 100%. Yeah, I'm behind you. I always support my mods, even if they're wrong. Their decisions are my decisions. That's why I appointed them as mods. Oh my God, somebody in power actually taking responsibility for the results of their own actions? Weird. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, I gotta ban myself. I gotta go. Yeah, that's perfect. That's a perfect pin. Sorry, I'm banned from my own stream. Let's see. Let me put this in here. Text. Nope, that's not the right one. Now I gotta click on the right one in OBS. It's hard to do. We have so many overlays on the screen. Where's BRB? Overlays. All right, I'm gonna get a glass of water. I'm gonna get a 48-volt shock for coming in here and plugging my mic in with wet hands. Okay, BRB is away. And then that one goes away. All right, there we go, we're back. I like this song. I would love it if my modular synthesizer could make these sounds automatically for me. Just the slow, what is it called? I guess that's a cutoff filter. It seems a little bit like a wah-wah filter, though, like a wah. I don't know what those are called otherwise, like a wah pedal or whatever. It sounds a little bit like, I haven't fixed it yet. We only just got Node-RED running. I got to go back into Node-RED and get all the chat interactions in there. We got to get OBS running. OBS running through, well, OBS does run through Node-RED, but then we also have to get the fart box to work through Node-RED, which means reprogram the ESP and then maybe turning it into something, and then slow flanger phaser. That's what it is. It's a flanger. Yeah. That sort of Eric Clapton. I guess that is a flanger and phaser essentially. Even though the talk box is a little different than that, but I'm not going to put a human mouth on my synthesizer. Or am I? That would be, you know, that project where they made that Dildonic looking, the fleshlight looking throat, the throat goat machine that actually can reproduce like human speech sounding phonemes by going and it's like the hell fleshlight, the mechanic hell fleshlight. That thing, I need to get one of those, and then I need to take the talk box tube and shove it in its gullet and make it go like we're making music today. Oh, I hate my brain. Let me find that thing. I just want to find it. I want to find that thing. Let's see. We need a browser window. This machine rebooted itself against my best wishes. Oh, and then I need my social stream blade. I think that's around here somewhere. There it is. Talk boxes are hard enough for humans to use. I mean, don't you just kind of like put it in your cheek and let it resonate? It's kind of like the Mongolian throat singing that everybody thinks is so difficult, but all you're doing is using your mouth as a chamber to make one of the notes, and then the other one is the note you sing. University Research Project. Voice machine. I'm going to go ahead and open that not in your eyes until I find the actual thing. Nope. Human throat sounds. Mimic human speech machine. Oh God, there it is. It's the Hell Voice Machine. I mean, it is kind of already hooked up to a talk box. Why does it look like a fish? I guess it needed a nasal cavity in order It needed a nasal cavity in order to make sounds, and then you massage it ever so dearly. This is going to be my new. We're going to make this into Eurorack. We're going to make a Eurorack module that does this. And once I sell it to you, you're not allowed to tell me what you do with it. Oh, it's the roof of the mouth vibrating. Huh. Yeah. This is a hell monster, is what this is. But this will be my new Eurorack module. Okay, that's enough of that. Dear God. Let's never talk about that again. University grants be like, so what do we pay money for? It has other purposes. You are a dirty little man. Dirty, dirty, dirty. It's good at communicating. What are you talking? It's like a protocol droid. We don't have any other technology that's able to replicate human speech. Not even a single one. Nasty. You're a dirty old man. Stop harping on my age. You're like the same age. We may need our singular 6-volt supply. Maybe use that today. I don't think we're going to need calipers too much, so let's get those out of the way. We're not doing AutoCAD today, although we will be coming back to all the AutoCAD. There's an infinite amount of AutoCAD that I do on this stream. It really is like the perfect symbiotic relationship where they get me to familiarize an audience with AutoCAD and its usefulness in electronics, and I get to continue to use my AutoCAD for free. But we're not doing that today. We're going to be working on the M303. I think. Nope, never mind. I don't think at all. We are avoiding thinking today, in fact, here in Pennsylvania. I don't know if this thing is going to have a purpose. I think that might have been a waste of $30. I've wasted more money in my day for sure, but I don't know what else we would do with this precise mechanism. This spinning, this spinning wavy surfaced mirror that makes kind of really cool visuals in the dark. This shop is not in the dark, so who knows what purpose we can find for this thing in the future. And then we just have like a singular green laser sitting on the outside of that. I don't know what I can do with this. Maybe it just goes into a drawer for now. Or the top shelf of derelict items. Maybe that's where it goes. I'm going to lose all the little pieces of it. That was a neat little astronaut toy. One other thing that I want to do is on the 2U challenge, the 2 HP challenge, the 2 rack unit challenge, is to try to build a diode ladder filter on just one PCB. See if I can fit all the parts. Use the backlight and no bother sign. They're hard to backlight. They need a little bit more brightness than you would think. But they do well backlight. It's just at those light levels, you can't see anything. See, this one over here. This one over here has 100% of the LED going RGB behind it. Although I think actually, to be fair, those are so far down on the line of the RGB LEDs, I don't think they get a lot of voltage at that point. I think there's too many LEDs in the strings there. You can't even see them. I need to redo the rack. We need to do my desk, and I need to redo the rack. Everything here needs like 2 weekends worth of work. But the problem is I need to keep streaming, right? What I want to do at some point is blow up my entire streaming setup, but I can't just delete it. I can't just delete my stuff because I need it, I need it like a backup and stuff like that. But this computer has seen too many moons. It is way, way, way overburdened with the taskings of life. We've installed drivers on top of drivers. It's got programming environments that I haven't touched in 5 years. There's just stuff on it that just should not be on it anymore. And so I think my only course of action here is to buy another computer essentially and start that up from scratch and then swap the video card over to it. I think that's my only recourse here, is to just start from scratch. I don't know though. I have to sort out my observatory / man cave. It's tough, right? It's like it's a thing, and you can kind of just sit there and let the executive function be completely overwhelmed, or you can call to action and start to do stuff. When Julian and Dave come here, it at least gives me that final motivation that I need to kind of knock my ass out of the chair and get me to actually start cleaning stuff up. It's sort of like, my friends are going to be here, and I can't be a total monster. Like, I can't be a disgusting monster. So I need to vacuum this room. And I pulled a whole corgi out of the walls. There was a whole corgi, just a corpse. No, it was a corgi's worth of hair that I needed to pull out of the area where air kind of swirls. Yeah, it was. I actually, on Blue Sky like 10 minutes ago, I totally related to a post where they were like, a messy shop is a shop that's being utilized. And I'm like, oh, that explains why every single upward facing surface has an absolute like disaster on it. It's like, I got back from a trip away. I couldn't stay in my workspace when I got back. That's a good time to do it. I think for me, the only good huge cleanup that I'm going to be able to achieve in this place is by moving stuff around, like move everything out of the shop and then move it all back in. And that would be an opportunity to kind of rearrange and retool everything. And I do need to do that. I've got a good setup, and my setup has come from years and years and years of doing this kind of stuff. Basically, my whole life, I've done this kind of stuff, whether it be on my own or through like a company that would actually pay me to work like this. bitch, you live like this? Yeah, I work like this. And you know, I always had shop space. I always had workbench space, so I know how to kind of organize it a little bit. I think a lot of people are kind of shocked at how organized it is, and part of it is what I'm doing right now. I'm talking to you guys right now, and I'm doing a minor neaten up because this kind of got out of control. I was hoping to scrap parts from these guys, but I don't know if we're going to get around to opening them up. That just makes me want to build a an ultrasonic knife. That would be a very fun project to do. And I wouldn't make it a project. I can buy one for $200 today, and then I would just have an ultrasonic knife that would allow me to open stuff up easier. But I think, I don't know, they're all very expensive. There's some cheaper ones that are starting to flood the market from Alibaba, but I don't know if they're as effective. And then I could always get an old Sonicare toothbrush and put a knife on it, but the Sonicare toothbrush does this motion. It doesn't do this. But anyway, so yeah, the only deep clean I could possibly give this place is if I pulled everything out and put it all back in. What's up, Electronics and Ideas? Welcome back. And Lawn Dog was here too. Good to see you, Lawn Dog. We got the parts to fix the 303s. I have two 303s, and apparently there was a Reddit thread over the weekend that Julian linked me to. There's a Reddit thread where a bunch of M303 owners, I say owners, I don't say people who have used an M303, because they've all plugged them in wrong. There's a Reddit thread full of people who are plugging this shit in wrong. Maybe a sonic screwdriver. Well, ultrasonic, sonic, you know, mine's better, obviously. But like a bunch of them were commiserating about how easy they were to blow up. And apparently a lot of people have blown up their M303s. And so I thought, and unfortunately, my Reddit account got hacked. You know, not only did all my shit get compromised, and almost my entire Bitcoin that I had gotten through the Reddit Millionaire Makers contest like 10 years ago, I had almost one singular Bitcoin. It was awesome. I would have been a 20,000-aire at one point. But almost all of it got stolen because I didn't do two-factor authentication on my account. I didn't think it was necessary back then, and then I forgot about it, and then I won the Millionaire Makers contest. And then I unwon the Millionaire Makers contest because my shit got stolen. So, you know, I hadn't really thought much about that because I resecured the account and I did the two-factor, and time went on, and then suddenly I was just logged out. And so I went to get my credentials back, and the email had been changed. And I don't know who the hell got that email. Don't know who got that email, but I wasn't able to get my account, and I emailed I sent a message to the helpline and said, hey, my account's been hacked. My old email is the correct one. If you could send me an old email. And they never replied. And the account just got banned. So, Silja Russo subbing with a tier 1 for 84 months. Oh, God, it's time for the old subs to reemerge. The old submarines? What is going on over here? What is this gift? Celia always sends me these filthy fucking... Oh, it's very cute. It's so cute. Look at the size of those paws. Oh my God. And then he's getting burped. It's a big kitty getting burped. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't have the kind of clout to have any of them like... The U.S. Department of Justice is half a Bitcoin of mine and a bunch of other coins. I don't know what exchange my coin is on. I've got all the backup certificates for it. All of the wallet account numbers or whatever the hell. I have them physically written down, which means somebody can come in here and hold me at gunpoint and probably make a lot of money. It's just, I don't know what to do with it. That happened on my Amazon account. What the hell? At least Amazon is a bit more of a support structure. Reddit is just, oh, we're social media. Oh, you can't do anything now. There's nothing I can do about it. Probably a few weeks old and bigger than a house cat. Oh my God. It's very cute. It's a cute puppy. But yeah, the big Reddit thread anyway that I can't get in on and tell people that, hey, I actually have a bunch of these that I got to repair. I would like to get in on that thread and actually talk to them and say, hey, you know, I'm zeroing in on how to repair these stupid things. We certainly know how to point out the mistakes, but it seems like the fella who made them, I think it's a fella, the fella who made them has all but disappeared for the internet. I mean, he's retired from the modular scene, which we run into a lot here in 2024. But they've retired from the modular scene, and they decided to not respond to any emails. And I understand why. But then in addition to that, every now and then they sell a new one. They'll put a new one together and sell it. I had to go check the network gear at the local zoo today, and they showed me the 4-week-old cheetahs. They did not let me take one home. That's a crime. I know. Why would they be so rude? That's rude. That's just rude. Where did I put my why is my taskbar on there? I think that's where I put it. I've kind of rearranged things a little bit on this machine, but I would like to, at some point, gather the funds in order to put another computer together and start from scratch, set it all up, then move the graphics card over and get everything running again. And I also want to redo the rack entirely. It's a little sloppy in there for how I ran all the wires, and I could probably do a much better job now. I would have to get the handrails off of the front of the Stream PC and maybe finish making a front panel over there for that thing, and then move everybody back a little bit so that I can close the door. No, move everybody forward so I can not only close the door, but I can put the back panel on, and that would reduce the amount of dust coming in. What the hell is that? It's funny. They're saying you have some credentials to your Bitcoin account, some kind of numbers to do the exchange. I'm not sure what that means. There's all kinds of cryptographic numbers and stuff. There's a big alphanumerical thingamajig that you would use to get back into your account if anything happens. So I have all of that credential written down. I just don't know. I haven't looked at the account in years and years. Your account can't use the money in it. I don't know. You have to sell the Bitcoins so that you have the Bitcoins in a wallet, and sometimes you have ownership of that wallet. I think I have my wallet on an exchange, and if that exchange is still around, which I haven't even looked at yet, it was something OctoJ recommended, you can go in and you can say, hey, sell those, and I'm gonna take cash back out. And they go, oh, cool, here's your fee for us, handling all that stuff for you. But it's just, that's just how those things work, I guess. If anything's wrong in there, it's because I don't know what I'm talking about. Because I don't know what I'm talking about. What is it? So that cat has, what is the name of that cat? I'm a cat. I think that cat has like a name. The loaf cat. I use Bitcoins to buy gift cards when I don't want to spend cash. Interesting. Yeah, I guess I could, maybe I could get it put on a preloaded card or something like that. But yeah, I had 0.1 of a Bitcoin, which apparently, what's that worth these days? 0.1 BTC in USD. And was there a split? $70,000? Are you fucking kidding me? So I have a little bit of a nest egg of Bitcoin going on, huh? Yeah, so it would be $7,000. Bitcoin's up to 70K. Shit, dog. Do I want to get like a car? Yeah, it's probably less than that, but it is $6,000 to $7,000. I don't know what I do with that money. That cat belongs to a streamer. Oh, I see. Oh, there's a different one too? A new 944. I hate to break it to you, but I don't know if I'd be able to get a 944 that some kid in Delaware rammed into a telephone pole sideways, and the motor died permanently because the timing belt slipped. I don't know if I'd be able to get that for $7,000 these days. I got one that was in that kind of shape for $300 to $400 back in the day. That's where my 944 project started, $300 to $400. But nowadays, I don't think I'd get out the door with $6,000 to $7,000. I need to find a Chevy motor and get the adapter plate. And I know what I'd be doing from then on, but yeah, I can't do a money pit project. The knife. That's a very creepily animated emote. Why do they get so many frames? Yeah, I don't know, those VTubers, man, they're making anime characters into real people. It's weird. It's a strange day that we live in. Anime's real. How do you know it's house music? I'll tell you. All right, what do we got on our table here? We're repairing M303s. I've got the power supply project to fall back on if everything goes wrong, but I think we have enough parts right here that I can get to work on this. I need to figure out the schematic for the module tester. I think I made a bad assumption somewhere in here. If my voice is a little scratchy, it is because of the spicy noodles that I had for lunch. All right, so why did I think I would get away with one of these things? I would need 2 of these, but the problem with the Max 333 is it's absolutely enormous. It's a very big chip. So I might as well just put in, I have 6 modules, so I might as well just use another Max 308. Wait, but I can't. Hold on a second. Because they have to be individual because some channels will be activated and some channels won't. And if multiple channels are activated and other channels aren't, then this isn't going to do me any good because they're not normally closed. Are they normally open? Oh, no, but I can dictate that with logic, but then they all go to one common pin. And they can't go to one common pin. They have to be individual. So I absolutely need the individual Max 333s unless I find an adequate other circuit, which the CD4016 might be. Let's look at the CD4016BE and see if that's the right. Do I have a working window here? Where's my browser that I'm working from? Did I close it? I must have closed it. Weird. CD4016 data chart. There's a CMOS bilateral switch, 20-volt digital or plus minus 10 peak-to-peak switching. 280 ohms on state, 15 volt operation, switch on state resistance matched with 1 ohm, high on off output. All this stuff is like only somebody who's worked on this thing can know. High degree of linearity, so in equals out. 5 volt PP, low off state switching leakage, extremely high control. Maybe I could use the CD4016, but I need 2 of them because again, it's 4 switches. 4 switches that I can connect or disconnect, and that way, the whole purpose of doing that is because when I'm actually listening in on this line, I'm not sure what the effect of voltage here is going to be. If I'm listening in on this line with this thing, and this whole circuit is connected, and a voltage is coming in and affecting this line, and making this line here move up and down through the bilateral switch, what is the effect of the feedback circuit on that line? And so I want to isolate that. I want to just cut it off. I think the CD4016 is going to be the better option because it's a smaller part. Unfortunately, I have a bin full of Max 333s, and they're good, but I don't have any use for them, and they're big. The chip is huge. It doesn't need to be, but it is. We've got way too many emotes. In the last 3 months, got the gift sub each month, so now I know how that feels. Yeah, whenever I enter other people's streams, certain very generous audiences will start gifting me subs to that streamer, and every now and then I'll get like a weird sub from somewhere. It's fun. It's fun. Twitch has a very generous audience. Let me make a note here. CD is nuts. 4016 parentheses smaller I could probably get these in alternative packaging if I got them. If I got everything for the circuit in quad flat no lead, I could definitely fit all the electronics in there. It's tempting, but I think I would also probably tear all of my hair out trying to solder it because those are very difficult to solder. Those quad flat no leads you can solder by hand. If they've got a big heatsink on the bottom, you can use hot air. But either way, they become very, very frustrating to solder down. Very, very frustrating. I don't work with BGAs. I just don't like them. They're not really hobby shop level things. Now we could get by. We could actually absolutely. Reballing is a totally different animal. If we reball, we'd have to get like a reballing kit, so that I would have the ability to make the the balls of solder properly on the bottom of the ball grid array. But if we were natively working with an original ball grid array and I had that on a PCB and I had to solder it, I think we'd be able to get away with it. But it's just not worth the effort. You can save space in your projects by working with them, but if you need to have like a comprehensive plan to check over that all your solder bonds are being made under that chip. Yes, we are hiding in the pile of M303s that I have. This constitutes a pile. One is from a fan of the show who messaged me on Discord, and the other one was from Dave, who was here 2 days ago. 3 days ago. 4 days? How the hell? I don't know. It was a couple days ago. Ooh, I gotta do the commands. Let me do the commands before I forget. Bump, bump, bump. One of these is fancier than the other one. No. That's a different module next to it. One's just in the stand, and the other one's out of the stand. We have a volume control module that we're working on for Julian. That one is a little bit more complicated than I thought it was going to be, so we'll have to mess with that eventually. Next stream is Thursday, 7th, which will be our Nuclear Wasteland stream. After everybody's launched all the nukes. That'll be a fun one. We can try to find water. We'll drink infected water and die. Like that. Number 7. Sorry, I've got these commands for the beginning and end of stream that I just need to sort out. Yeah, I didn't put the knobs back on Dave's. I've got them. They're in a bin, like, over there. Oh, no, they're this bin. That bin right there. That's got all the knobs in it. My voice might be a little scratchy today. Hopefully we can get this stream without terrible repercussions. I got good sleep last night, so I shouldn't be in too dire straits. I went to go to bed, and Willow was right outside of the shop, upside down, looking like a lawn dart. She kind of, when she falls asleep on her back, she'll put her paws like this, and her back legs will just kind of stick straight out towards her butt. Not towards her butt, just out the back. They'll just stick this way. And then her ears will go back, and she's got kind of a pointy nose. So she just is completely aerodynamic. Buying nice knobs is a pain in the butt. It is. Alibaba's got a lot of good cheap stuff. The metal ones that I have are all Alibaba. And then the ones here, I think, are from Amazon, and they were way too expensive. But yeah, finding the right knobs is difficult. These guys. They're just knurled black, I think 10 millimeter or 11. They might be 11 millimeter knobs. And they're pretty good. They just give you enough grip, and they're a good size. They don't quite get in the way of each other. But yeah, I grabbed her, and I brought her upstairs, and I threw her in my bed. And she hung out for a little bit, and it was very, very cute. But then she kind of has her own nighttime routine, so she kind of grumbled off. What up, Dr. Noisemo? Have you been making noise, Mo? I hope you have been. The project's looking really good. There's 10 steps back, 2 steps forward. I've got to redo these things because they don't show up nicely on camera, and we're going to turn these into ammeters. Or, sorry, they're already ammeters. They're going to be exclusively ammeters, no voltages, and they're only 500 milliamps. But that should be okay for our purposes because the module that's under testing probably shouldn't be drawing that much current. So we'll be able to actually see in the analog current output. But what that means is that I'm going to have to go through the power supply that we spent all that effort on, and I'm going to have to tear it down to its bones and then recreate this area here, but with the actual IDC connectors for Eurorack. So this part right here is going to have to move to here. Stream takes care of them 40 minutes. I'm impressed. All right, bub. Listen, this is not abnormal. You know this journey started. We sometimes sit here for up to an hour ahead of stream. That's just the drill. That's how it works. Somebody's got to bring it up every stream, though. This is some deep, deep house from DJ Everyday. DJ Everyday out of Philadelphia. I think he's still doing his stuff. I think so. Rearrange windows a little bit here. Only Twitch hears the music, by the way. If you're hearing music and you're on YouTube, go to a psychiatrist. Just go to a psychiatrist. You're not supposed to be hearing music unless it's playing another window. But yeah, the Twitch channel is the one that has the background music on it, and it's a low volume and it's deep house, so it's barely anything at all. But I just put it in here to kind of set a mood, set stream, not make me have to completely fill air the whole time. After last stream, Julian had a bunch of compliments for me about my ability to fill airspace and to tell a circuitous and distracting tale that runs back all the way to itself again. The tangents that I go on are typically pretty long, and they come back into themselves once I'm done. And I'm like, it's because I give the same explanations 500,000 times. But he also, low volume, it's louder than you. Is it really louder than me? It's not. I can tell you that right now. I mean, I don't know if there's some other kind of scale here, but like my voice is definitely louder than the music. It's probably a little bit extreme. It's not exactly 75% of my volume, but we can tweak it down just a little bit. SoundCloud is a little loud. The volume's fine. Okay, well, I'll keep it about where it was. I'm barely moving it at all. I don't want to introduce ducking, because you can always hear ducking. If you ever hear what, I hate to do this to you, chat, but if you knew what ducking is, you will never not be able to hear the ducking. Ducking is when, if I talk, proportionally it lowers the volume of the other track. So if I had a radio show where I wanted to talk over all of my guests, then I would put ducking on their channels and I could go, everybody shut up. And then if I had ducking on like a game or on the music, then every time I talk, game volume goes and it comes back up. Lots of knobs and analog meters, fancy. I remember a friend of my dad's, sorry, had a rack analog computer he got from Surplus. That sounds kind of cool. Average per second, LUS is louder by 1.4. Now it's good. Huh. I don't know what any of that means. Sidechain compression. It's possible that just the representation of the audio levels is not exactly what we're getting. We got to figure out where to start with these things. What did we do last time? We got a couple parts that we can change out. And then I think we got to set up Crime so that it can properly activate this thing, which I still don't know if what we're setting up in Crime is enough to get the fullest out of the M303, and maybe that's why we think it's too quiet. I think I remember what we're doing. I just want to get a glass of water in me before we start, because I ate a bunch of spicy noodles ahead of stream. So if I don't get a bunch of water in me, I'm going to be talking, and then I'll have like tiniest little burp. and it'll be screaming hot lava, and I'll be like, "Bleh," and die. Ah, what's up, Groovy Something? How you doing? Boop, boop, boop. Soon enough, I would like to go into the Lancia and actually give it headlight clusters and taillight clusters, because that'll be cool, because all these lights are so close to each other. I can make it a little light block that I just glue into place. Chillin', maxin', relaxin'. That will be cool. Spicy noodles and water that may act as a laxative depending on how spicy they are. I don't think any more than normal. It's like everybody talking about how they poop after Taco Bell. And it's like, you haven't had enough Taco Bell to not poop after Taco Bell. Like, you can build up a resistance. I won't say immunity, because I don't think that's correct. But I don't know. I don't have gastric intensity after Taco Bell. Taco Bell isn't spicy, no. You can get some of the sauces kind of approach spiciness, but these were bulldog noodles, so they are pretty spicy. They're not bad, and they're not really going to cause any sort of urgency. I won't have the urge. They're fine. I just ate way more than I should have, which, whatever. I'm not going to be too crazy about that. I really got to lose weight. Julian got a picture of me holding up Willow in the driveway while he and Dave were leaving, and he sent it to me because he thought he was being nice. And I looked at it, and I'm like, oh shit, I look bloated and puffy. So I'm taking steps to fix that. It's going to be a long journey. It's going to take a while. And of course, I ate spicy noodles today. I am not going to kill myself trying to be completely strict about the diet and exercise yet, but eventually I'll get there. I'm going to kind of ramp it up over time, which is the way that I do things. I've got to do like two or 3 weeks of getting used to new habits, and then I'll change the habits a little bit more, and then 2 or 3 weeks after that. You know, it's one of these things. It's going to take a couple of years, but it's a lot. Eventually, I'll set up the exercise bike, and I'll get that going a couple times a week. If I can set up boundaries that like nobody's allowed to annoy me during the times that I'm biking. And then I've got the handheld that I got, so I could at least throw up like a game or something. I can throw up. I can put up like a game or something that I can play while doing the exercise biking. I used to do it 3 times a week, and I got to the point where I was looking forward to it. But the problem was I was on testosterone during the whole thing. So I was actually building muscle. I was a normal person during that. Now I've got low T, which means I won't build up the muscles quickly. So take a walk following your RC car. That's not going to do it either, because the RC car does not move that far. It goes 35 miles an hour for like a couple minutes, and that's it. I guess if I wonder if I could make it around the whole neighborhood with that thing. But taking walks with Willow hasn't done anything. Willow being, I don't know, something about girl dogs. They don't want to go on an adventure, or at least this girl dog doesn't want to go on an adventure. I want her to go around the whole circle, but getting her to actually follow you for that trip, it's like pulling teeth. How long at part throttle? With a 3-phase motor, it's going to be more efficient at that. It doesn't have the sensors on the motor, so it's not going to be the most efficient that we can make a 3-phase motor, but it will be pretty efficient. So at lower throttles, I might get further with it. I don't know. Maybe it'll last around the whole neighborhood. What's up, Flatulent Godad? Godad was up early today. Or no, normal time. That's right. Is it, you guys have DST later? Our daylight savings is already hit, so I'm on late according to my normal timings, even though it is, 12. Well, it's 1:30 here. I just woke up in my chair an hour ago. God damn it. Their DST ended before us. Oh, so are we all back on a normal schedule? Is that where we are now? I don't know. I never pay attention to how this stuff works. Should be. Okay. Good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Yeah, we're gonna try to fix these things that people keep exploding. Let me actually just like start the stream, because it has been about 50 minutes, and we should get started. I should get to work. We're hiding out today. Everybody will know why. Somebody watching the VOD 12 months from now, maybe won't know, but it's election day today. And I did all my shit. I hope all you guys who are able to did all your shit. So we're hiding out and we're avoiding craziness because we don't have to do anything now. Unless you're at work, in which case, you know, you got to do your work. But still, we're hiding out a little bit. We're keeping politics to the minimum because all that's been said and done has been said and done. Let me get the music out of here. We have stuff to fix. Listen, chat, listen. Chat, is this real? Chat, listen. Listen. There was a Reddit thread over the weekend, and it was all people who blew up their M303s. There were apparently like a lot of people in the thread. I don't have a Reddit account anymore, though. It got hacked and stolen. So I wasn't able to participate in that thread. But what we can do is we can fix our normal M303s, the two that we have in here, because blowing it up is so common that somebody tuned into my channel and they went, oh, I did the same thing. And then they were like, hey, Bother, can I send it to you? And I'm like, absolutely. I would love to have another one as a point of comparison to try to fix, and no guarantees. So I guess I have a very light responsibility to give this my best try at fixing. We're going to try to fix it. I just got parts in from Cabin Tech. Previously on Oh Bother, previously on Oh Bother, we tried. We replaced the 4 parts according to some document that identifies a couple of the different parts that blow up when you plug in an M303 backwards. The only other avenue that I've got on this problem, the only other vector to solving it would be to finish the schematic, which we've got all the information for. So if I have to give up the actual physical 2 M303s that I have, I will still be able to reverse engineer it to the fullest and get the whole design. But right now, if I get that whole design, if I finish reverse engineering it, I can identify the parts of it that will be most affected by plugging it in backwards. So like, for instance, an op amp might have access to +12 and -12, but maybe the op amp is strong enough to take a full reverse current. Maybe some other component that's using plus and minus voltages of yesteryear would be a little bit more sensitive. But for now, we're identifying the LM13700, the transconductance amplifier. The transconductance amplifier is the component that is able to make the voltage-controlled amplifier portion of this synthesizer. Synthesizer has a couple basic components to it, and the modular synthesizers came about because of those basic components being able to become modular. So the basic components of the synthesizer, you will have control voltages. Control voltages can take any manner of form. They can be, you hit a button on a keyboard and it makes control voltage, as well as like a note voltage. But control voltages, 0 to 5, or -5 to +5, or -10 to +10 volts, or something like that. Those are control voltages. And again, modular synthesizers may be modular, but there's not like a governing body that dictates what all of this stuff very specifically is. So there's a lot of variance in what I'm saying here, and people are constantly looking to nitpick everything that I say. And when I talk about the different voltages and the different signals that we see in modular synthesizers, that is the most nitpickable thing in existence. So don't worry about correcting me. Don't do it. Everybody knows that everything is crazy with modular synthesizers. Control voltages control things. So you can have things like envelopes, you can have ADSRs, you can have your volume knobs, you can have your notes all be controlled by control voltages. There is a 1 volt per octave signal that's coming from something like either a sequencer or a keyboard. That 1 volt per octave has sort of a standardization of what volts are what notes, and you tune that at the beginning of when you start your session with the modular synthesizer, so that you know your notes are all in tune and your control signals are controlling properly, or your 1V per octave control signals are controlling properly. You also have gate signals. Gate signals are like flipping a switch or pushing a button, and those can also be sequenced by something else. You know, and those can be tempos, and those can be drums, and those can be note activations. You can put them into what's called an ADSR, which is an attack, decay, sustain, R word, I don't know, I don't forget. Anyway, Regency. But that sort of relishes, yeah. That sort of dictates, like, how is your note hit? Is it like, bam, and then it kind of like backs off of the note a little bit? Or does it kind of like very slowly come up and then cut off real quick? That's kind of what the ADSR helps you control. You have voltage-controlled oscillators. So that would be the initial stage of this unit right here, the M303. That's the thing that's making your waveform. So you make the waveform, but at what frequency do you make the waveform? That's where your 1V per octave, or just any old control signal, can come in. Do you have it slide between the notes, or does it hit the notes exactly? That's where a control voltage would come in. After your oscillator, you can change the onset of the oscillator. So it's not just like a 1 kilohertz waveform that hits all at once at maximum volume, kind of like the way they do curse word mutes. That drives me nuts. Everywhere they do the curse word mute, they have to hit 1 kilohertz tone at maximum volume. The reason for that was back in the days when all the audio stuff was analog, you wanted to fully write over anything that was there. So if there's a little bit of audio remaining, you want that 1 kilohertz to just wipe it out. Nowadays, you don't need that. You can turn down your 1 kilohertz tone a little bit, and maybe it would be a little softer on people that are sensitive to giant 1 kilohertz tones. Like if I'm listening to something really quietly, I don't want the beeping to be on another level of loudness. It's ridiculous. Release, yeah, I think that's the one where it finally lets go of the note. So your voltage-controlled amplifier can help you ease into waveforms and stuff like that, and ease out of it or just manipulate them as a whole. There are also voltage-controlled filters. So you can have something like a cutoff filter that's going to cut off higher frequencies in whatever audio you have. The voltage-controlled filter allows you to add weird stereo effects, all kinds of different stuff. That's sort of the bread and butter of the modular synthesizer. And so all those signals go together and they activate something like the M303. The M303 is mimicking the TB, the Roland TB303, which is its own little sequencer synthesizer thing. The sequencer obviously is not in here, but all of the analog elements of the control, or sorry, all the analog elements of the sound layout, whatever it is, the sequence of things, of modular things, are all in here. So you have, at your initial stage, you have a waveform generator, a voltage-controlled oscillator where you're hitting the notes. That then immediately goes into a voltage-controlled filter. And the voltage-controlled filter is a frequency cutoff. Then you have, I guess there's a resonance element to that as well, because the diode ladder filter that this thing employs also has the ability to feed the signal back into itself and create resonance, which gives you a nice sound on things. It sounds like an echoey kind of thing. You have envelope, and then you have decay and accent. So it's not quite a full ADSR, but it is close. So when you have a gate signal come in, you have a decay on that signal, and then you have an accent on that signal that can kind of like really screw stuff up. It's got a really cool set of sounds that you can make out of the M303. If you really want to hear a 303 in action, you look up Carl Cox. Carl Cox's Detroit-style house is kind of is it Detroit or is it Chicago? I forget. It's been a long time, but nobody got my jokes about Carl Cox. But you can look him up. He's a big name in this kind of stuff. And if you want to hear what this stuff sounds like, the music is extremely repetitive. Oh my God, it's so repetitive. It's like on another level of repetitive, and you can hear exactly what's going on. Because he will sit there and just be like this, like every verse, it's slightly changing. You may not be able to see it, but I am actually moving this knob. And he'll do that for like a long time. But everybody's dancing their brains out. People are like dying of exhaustion on the dance floor because it's so awesome, apparently. But yeah, that's Carl Cox. But yeah, I've got a lot of M303s, and I guess because the design of this thing is brilliant. If you look at these two cables back here, this is where your power is interfacing with the device. Now, since Acid Labs had a system of modular synthesizer modules, they had their own IDC plug that you would daisy chain along the modules. And then if you wanted to have a control voltage go from module to module, you could flip a switch and it would route it from the internal connector to the next thing. The M303 doesn't use any of that stuff, but it still has the big plugs for it. Without a single piece of documentation on the device itself, without one singular piece of documentation. We have this big flat cable stuck on this board. This camera needs to be, hold on, this needs to be calibrated. Where's my setup? Microprocedure. I don't know if OBS is exactly listening to these anymore. I think, actually, you know what? I think maybe it is. I don't know. I was telling them the same thing I told you. I feel like I need to buy a whole new computer. Not like an entire computer. I could do like a motherboard and processor and build that up as my streaming setup again, and then not have as cursed of a setup on the computer. Maybe I need to like partition the hard drive on this one and do like a weekend install and start over from scratch, because there's so many cursed things. Like we've got like Granite device motor control all the way down to like weird programming environments and stuff. An old slow machine is enough for stream PC. This one has a graphics card just so that I can handle the CAD stuff. I would have to move the graphics card over last, but yeah, this one is old too. I don't know when this one's from, but it's cursed. It's got too many like layers on the totem pole right now. So I feel the need to like wipe it clean and rebuild my stream, but this time do everything like just a little differently. Keep all the automations, but do it just a little different, and just start it from scratch so that I've personally set up everything, so that I know everything that's going on and I can go in and modify stuff. This setup, the one that I've got going right now, it relied a lot on other people helping me out. My buddy Matt made all of the animations for like, hold on, where is it? Like, I probably would keep this one, but he made this in After Effects because he loves doing stuff like this, and he had a lot of fun making one that was like kind of, you know, on fire. I love it, but I probably need to invent my own. So I need to learn how to make cool animated, you know, stuff to throw up. And I could either do that, I could probably do that through AutoCAD. AutoCAD does have animation on it. I might have a better time of doing it in Blender if I really learned Blender. But yeah, I would love to like reinvent all that stuff and kind of get a little bit more of a dynamic look to the stream and a little bit more unification of the visuals. Anyway, so yeah, this plug is this is a big deal right here. This guy right here, the thing is, this is an IDC connector, and insulation, why does that word always, that's a very difficult word. It's an insulation displacement connector, and in your typical insulation displacement connector, you have a couple features that keep you from being a big dumb butt when you come in to plug it in. I'll show you those features right now as sort of an aside. So the features that an IDC cable brings to the table, you can see that there are overlapping features here. Now, if I wanted to plug this thing in to anything other than a 5-pin header, a 2-pin header, yeah, I could plug a 2-pin header anywhere into this thing. If the pin header has more pins than the IDC cable, because of this locking mechanism on the side, which holds the displacement down on top of the plug itself, I don't have one readily available to show you guys. I usually do. What this cable has are these little vampire clips. And little vampire clips are sort of offset for each one of these. So the first two, well, these two right here are pin 1 and 2. This is pin 1, this is pin 2. Pin 1 corresponds to the pin with the arrow. Pin 1, pin 2. So the clip for pin 1 is going to be here. Clip for pin 2 is going to be right here. And what happens in this connector is that you crush it closed. So you crush the first piece, which is this one here, and it clips into that tab. When it does that, it pushes the wire down on the little vampire clips, and it displaces the insulator. Where do they come up with the names for this stuff? So they make it very hard to put this in wrong. They also make it very hard to plug the IDC connector into a header with more pins than what the connector can handle. So if there's more pins, they're going to be offset by 0.1 of an inch. That's like right here, where there's actually going to be plastic. So you can't plug this thing in wrong. It's very difficult to plug it in wrong. Then they give you a giant keyway. They give you this giant honkin' nose sticking out of the front of this thing that tells you that you cannot plug this thing in backwards if you have a shrouded connector like this. There's pin 1. We've got this beautiful marking for pin 1, and there is your giant schnoz hole. You could also even have an internal tab here that would further prevent you from plugging this thing in wrong. So you can't plug it in offset. You can't plug it in backwards. How do you still plug it in wrong? Julian and Dave are almost constantly plugging their synthesizers in wrong and bringing them over here to fix. I was lucky that the entirety of the mixer that Julian brought me was just one op amp that he plugged in backwards, and it went, ah, and then died. And so I replaced it, and his mixer works perfectly again. A couple things here. On modular synthesizers, they take a 5-pin connector typically, which means the bottom row of it, the row that's pin 1, the stripe row, as they call it, is negative 12 volts. The next 3 pairs of pins are all ground. They want to make sure there's a lot of ground. It's a musical instrument after all. The one after that, the top row, the non-stripes, are plus 12 volts. Now, if you have more pins than that, the one after that is 5 volts, then you have a CV, then you have a gate, and then they add a couple to this just because Acid Labs is Acid Labs. Now, somehow, all of those systems in place to keep you from plugging this in wrong, that my friend Julian and Dave almost constantly are bucking up against somehow. I don't know what it is. I think the default mode of a musician plugging in some kind of a synthesizer item is wrong. They plug it in wrong just as like a matter of course. I think it's a law of physics. So somehow Acid Labs decided to put in an unshrouded double row pin header, which is great if you're counting beans. Problem is, if you're going to do something like this, at least have the wherewithal to give us a couple Schottky diodes. Schottky diodes are a very low voltage drop diode where if you put it in the path of power, it blocks you from plugging in and backwards. Automotive standards dictate that you should be able to plug the car battery in backwards, and that shouldn't blow up your entire car. Modular synthesizers are the Wild West. There's no governing body making any choices at all, so this one does not have protection diodes, and it has this weird plug. And so you get it in the mail, and you go, oh, cool, an M303. Let's say you're not buying it directly from the source. Oh, an M303, and I've been given this cable to plug it in with. Cool. Well, that makes sense because my normal power cable doesn't fit on this thing because it's too many pins, right? So I can't plug it in. It just won't. So then logic tells you, well, okay, so here's this connector. Looks a little funny. I guess I just plug this thing in. And so you plug it in. I don't know where stripe's supposed to go. There's no markings on this thing. Not a single marking to tell me that stripe is in any particular position. But that's okay. They didn't have the ability to put this, they didn't have the space or the ability to put any kind of markings onto the copper of the board. Oh, wait, yes, they did. They had exactly the right, they actually did have plenty of room to put markings onto the copper of the board. But they didn't have a silk screen. There's no silk screen on this layer, so they clearly, okay, so they had the ability to put some kind of a silk screen marking on it. Like, please. They could have done anything. They could have put a little stripe symbol under the connector. They definitely had room for that. You could put a little, just a little like, oh, it's a stripe. But no, they didn't do anything of that. So what they did, you know, and by the way, this connector definitely was like 3M wrote a letter to Satan and they said, hey, Satan, hey, we're having some trouble. We want to make the most evil connector we can, but we're kind of running out of options. So Satan went, hey, why don't you make this IDC cable that can be plugged in anywhere? They put these little cutouts into the side of this connector. And this apparently was the solution for making the M303 into a modular synthesizer. Yeah, Satana sat down. Hey, Code Rush, how's it going? How you guys doing? Satana sat down and he said, how can I make the most evilest connector you could possibly make? And he said, well, I think I'll make an IDC connector that you can just plug in anywhere. It doesn't have, IDC connectors have several overlapping safety systems in place to keep you from being a dumbass and plugging it in wrong. This one does not. So what you're supposed to do is you're supposed to line up that stripe pin with this pin right here. How would you know to do that? Well, because somebody on a forum once said to. And apparently in the documentation for this thing, they tell you to do that. You can look up the user manual, and apparently the user manual tells you to plug it in like this. So you're asking somebody to spend hundreds of dollars on their new synthesizer. They're excited to get it running. They get it in, it's like Christmas Day. Oh boy, I'm gonna get my synth running, and they get the packaging and things are like this. Or maybe they even get the packaging and things are actually set up correctly. Because, you know, you want to communicate to somebody that this is the way to do it. And they go, oh boy, I'm going to plug this thing in. Let me make sure I get everything right. Oh, somebody was trying to trick me. They almost got me. They plugged it in wrong. Those idiots. And you plug it in correctly. You plug it in and you turn it on. And you smell smoke. Part of their 1 for the price of 2. Yeah, exactly. It really is 1 for the price of 2 deal. You go, oh shit, okay, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. What happened? I don't know. And you eventually, by, you know, through the grapevine, you find out that you should plug it in the right way. So you plug it in this way, where it's not supposed to explode, and you turn it on, and it doesn't work. Because there was no protection in place. There were no Schottky diodes in place that could have saved it from a full onslaught of wrong 12 volts. We got to figure out what stuff that 12 volts went into, assuming that we can't fix these any further than they already are. I think it's one guy. I think it's just the one guy at Acid Labs that did it. It's everything is wrong with it. Like every overlapping consumer safety thing that you could possibly come up with. Even just like a sticker would have been far and away better than what we have. We have multiple violations of basic design principle coming together to blow up your synthesizer. And so there's a whole Reddit thread full of people who have blown them up. I feel for them. I want to fix those units, but I can't get in on it because my Reddit account's been blown up. There's space in this design where you could put something like this. It's only a 5-pin header. Like if you scooch things around in the design a little bit, this is perfectly at home right here. You know, you're gonna have to buy 5-pin 5x2 shrouded connectors, but still, like, there's room for this right here. This thing's more plastic than anything else. Why not make it and sell a 3D printed part that clips to stop it from happening? Yeah, I mean, you could do that, or you could just like design it correctly and actually put one of these fucking things on it. God, it's so annoying. In a lot of the like 2 HP modules, they will do just a 1-row 5-pin connector, and that 1-row 5-pin connector, you best hope your balls they put a good diode thing on it. This Crimes and Ornamentation does not care the direction that you plug in the power cable because it has got a full bridge rectifier on it. So if you plug it in upside down, it just reroutes where your power is going. The very, very basics. And the way for you to avoid the shame bell is to mark pin 1. You could make a bank by adding proper cable ports and cables. Well, I mean, so the creator of the M303 has gotten out of the game, and I have a feeling they have plenty of copyrights on this design because there's actually part of the circuit, and I haven't reverse engineered it yet. Part of the circuit in here that replicates the squelching that you get in the TB303. And I think it was a little bit of effort for them to get that happening. So copying the design, in my mind, would be pretty immoral. I could desolder this header for people and put in something like this just to try to keep them from blowing them up. But I can tell you right now that even this is not enough in the face of some of the stupidity that I've seen from Julian and Dave. I give them a hard time, but they always have a pretty good excuse. You can plug these in wrong. You can just force the connector in backwards. But yeah. So anyway, we are faced with the prospect of people constantly blowing up their M303s. And I wanted to explain all of that stuff to let you guys know that there's no shame in blowing up a module like this. You know, these guys are musicians. They're not electrical engineers. And even given the scenario that I just ran you guys through, you get one of these in the mail. You're super happy and excited to get this thing working. Cool. Oh, look at me, Mom. I'm Carl Cox. I'm going to go squelch until everybody passes out drunk. And you plug this thing in the way you think you should plug it in. And that kills the module permanently until you send it in for repair. So even after you find out that you actually need to plug it in nonsensically 2 rows over from where you plugged it in, you almost got it right, it's still dead. If you're a nice person using an IDC connector, you use keyed ones and sockets. If you're even nicer, you block one pin of the cable and remove it from that socket. This is, so on the modular synthesizers, they didn't quite get to that conclusion yet. They don't quite do that where they block off one of the pins. That's what computers do with a lot of these connections. They block off one pin, and that way, even if you mess that up, you can't get it in backwards. And with the blocked off pin, you can put an unkeyed header with that pin clipped out of it. And then if you have a blocked off pin, you won't be able to plug this thing in any way but the correct one. But again, 3M said, hey, Satan, love what you're doing. How do we make an IDC cable that's more evil than any other IDC cable that's been made? So while everybody's swinging towards the side of multiple overlapping safety items, 3M went the exact opposite way and said, hey, if you want to plug it in like this, I'm not your dad. I don't care. What, do I look like, a cop? People send you them and you idiot-proof them. There's, I mean, I could pretty much make a, I could scrape up a couple traces on this thing, and I could put the Schottky diodes in there too. Not Schottky, no, Schottky, right? Or, not Schmidt trigger, Schottky diode. I think it's Schottky's. I could put the low voltage drop diodes on it too. But Dave didn't want me to do any of that. He wanted it OG. Okay, so anyway, we got the parts in the mail that I think are still broken on these, and we could be wrong. 486 has plain pin headers and unkeyed cables. From 94 to 95 to 96, they keyed them and removed a pin. Oh, they probably got so mad at people blowing up their connections. So there's two layers to this. One of the layers is that we did the repair, right? We removed the 4 parts that needed to be removed in order to refurbish an M303 that had been plugged in wrong. And there's no telling how wrong this thing had been plugged in, but the person who sent this in was very genuine in their interactions, and they told me that they plugged it in pretty much in the textbook way of plugging it in wrong. And we did the repair, and we got oscillations out of the unit, and they were the correct shapes, and they responded to our 1 volt per octaves properly. The only thing that we questioned a little bit was the voltage level of the output. It seemed like it was quiet, much like Dave's unit was quiet as well. I kept getting Dave's unit get passed back to me saying that it was quiet. So I have acquired a couple chips, because we removed a chip called the LM13700, which is a transconductance amplifier. It's the voltage controlled amplifier of the unit. It would make sense if that were damaged that it would then be quiet. That's this chip right here, and then its corresponding TL072. That's a jelly bean part. That's a dual operational amplifier. We replaced this one. We replaced this one. We did do the 4 parts that are sort of interspersed in this area. And while we did get the oscillations that are being produced by these parts, and we did get the behavior from the unit that we thought we should from these parts, we didn't get the voltage level signal that we thought we should get. And Dave and Julian are under the impression that it should be plus minus something like 5 or 10 volts for audio signals on modular synthesizers. We were getting plus minus 2 volts, which seemed reasonable to me. So it's possible that we just don't know that we fixed it. It's possible that I'm just dumb. What up, ketchup on waffles? So what we're going to do is we're going to replace the LM13700. The LM13700s that I got, I don't think they were not from Cabin Tech. Cabin Tech is a company that has all of these old kind of parts. All this old kind of synthesizer-y surface mount stuff before everything went super duper digital. You know, at times I debate with myself whether or not I want to actually become the master of all debates. Wait, I mean, I debate with myself about whether or not I want to have one of the synthesizers be completely analog, which I think I am going to do. One is going to be analog and the other is going to be digital. So two boxes, one analog, one digital. We'll see what I can get out of that. Cabin Tech sells all of these old chips. DigiKey does not always carry all of the weirdo chips that make up these older synthesizers. Even though this is not a TB303. This is the M303, the Modular 303 from Acid Labs. Acid Labs did a lot of work to find components in this thing that were sourceable 10 years ago, or whenever this is 1014, 10 years ago. Not all of those are completely sourceable anymore, and a lot of them, in order to get the right kind of sound, had to be kind of special parts that aren't sold on the wide markets. And so Cabin Tech has all of those parts. DigiKey for everything else. Wait, DigiKey can just refuse service if you're not a professional client. They got a website where you make an order. What are you talking about? They just send you they charge you $5 if it's a small order. What do you, huh? Motherboard on this wasn't terribly bad. The power supply fuse strip. Wait, I got a couple other messages that I got to catch up with. I've been on a spiel. I've been doing my spiel. Worked for a company who we made 40-pin ribbon cables and 80-pin ribbon cables. Everything was going fine until one day when we got a mistaken batch between the brands of cable and the connector. Apparently, they were very specific, and if you order a particular ribbon cable, you need to get the matching connector. That's a strange one. For the 40 and 50, they were just, like the ones that we use in modular synthesizers, so generic that I actually ordered 2 different types, and then I combined them in order to make all my power cables. Sometimes they change like the insulation of the wire thickness. It's always a piece of information. I guess if they were tooled that specifically to one another. That's very specific though. Line read with pin 1, easy. Yeah, if there's a pin 1 marking. And also keep in mind, if you can see the bottom of the board, sometimes if there's no other markings given, pin 1 will be a square pin, whereas the other ones will be circular pins. But I don't think we have that in this. Pin 1 of the IDC cable or the pin row header, it's typically square. They didn't do that with this. They're all just hexagonal or octagonal or whatever. The engineer who did this needs to be fired. I don't disagree. They retired though. Yeah, IDC connector basics. Just do something. Tell us what pin 1 is. All right, and then I think I'm caught up. 80-pin IDE cables. You cannot use IDC connectors for 40-pin cables on those. You'll short out the entire cable because every second one is ground. What the hell? That's so many pins. Yeah. So once again, the Germans have created pure evil. Ooh, that took a while to get to that joke. All right. So anyway, we've got a couple parts that we want to replace on this thing. We know it's due to my reverse engineering. We've got kind of a pretty good idea of what the layout of this whole thing is and what most of the stuff here is doing. I haven't gotten to sort of super specifics, but we do know that the waveform is generated over here. There's a little bit of like switching and control stuff going on over here, as well as, I don't know precisely what this area is doing. It's doing stuff. There's a lot of stuff to be done, so maybe that has to do with the ADSR. But then we're going over here into the front panel, and then we travel back over to this area here, where we have a diode ladder filter. A diode ladder filter, I forget what this thing is. And then that diode ladder filter leads out into the transconductance amplifier that then gets amplified by this guy over here. And there's a lot of ins and outs on the whole thing. I mean, it's a fairly complicated little circuit. What about these connectors? These connectors are to the front panel. The front panel's where all of this, all the plugs are. So the front panel has all of the knobs and the plugs, and so those are routed to the 2 pin header, not cables. The problem with doing it like this is I can't just put an IDC cable between these. I tried to figure out how to make one where the IDC cable went between those so that I could get to these little bastards right here, these little adjustments, in order to tune the 1 volt per octave coming out of the voltage controlled oscillator. And problem is, you can't do that. It's the weird way the thing flips around that I just couldn't do it. So I had to desolder the header and put it on the opposite side for Dave's module, and then I was able to probe around on the voltages of this thing and kind of figure out what the layout was and stuff. But we're not doing that right now. Ground wires are for shielding against crosstalk and the UDMA 66 and higher speeds. We're definitely not talking about those. Piano Cat! Thank you for subbing with a tier 1. What's this say over here? 14 months. Yano Cat, thank you so much. Yeah, we're hiding out today, and we're going to try to do these sort of remaining steps to fix these. So I want to do this one first, because I think the only thing that could possibly be wrong is this LM 11700. This was a part that I bought off of eBay or Amazon. I got this off of eBay or Amazon. I'm not sure. So this part right here, I put it in, doesn't work. And then we put one in Days, I think backwards, and it broke something else, and I'm sad. But so we put it in and it doesn't work. And we put a new one of these in and it doesn't work. I'm starting to think that I was sold some counterfeit LM 13700s. I think I might have gotten some counterfeit parts. So I bought them off of DigiKey, and DigiKey is not complete. This is the wrong part. Get this out of my face. I bought them from DigiKey, and DigiKey is a little bit more known for having the correct part. Hopefully, our IC op amp transcond 2 circuits S16 SOIC. Hopefully this thing works. Let's just replace the one part, and then we'll hook this thing up and see if we can get it to start wibbling a little bit of waveforms every here and there. It is a dark, depressing day. Oh no, there's a little bit of sun out there actually. Never mind. It's a beautiful sunny day here in Philadelphia. Listen, guys, we're gonna hide out. We're gonna hide out a little bit, and then when stream's over, we can go check in and see what kind of nasty bullshit's been happening. But for now, we're just gonna stay here in our nice little isolated chamber. Oh, all my cutting implements are over by where I was doing RC car stuff. Okay, so let me just get an initial piece of Captain tape down on this thing. Listen, if you don't have the clamping ability for some stuff like this, and I forgot to order one of those circuit board clamps. Wait a minute, let's get one. Oh, you know what? No, I have the one we epoxied. Never mind, we epoxied one. I remember now. I barely remember what we did last stream, or the stream before. Everything's so crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. All right, let me abandon ye all hopes of sanity and reason. Now, Captain tape is really good to just tape your board down, because this will now hold it in place so that when I'm working on it, I can scooch stuff around. Yeah, Captain tape is magic. It's very heat resistant, and it also sticks pretty well, but it also doesn't leave any residue at all. So they're very, very good. You can use them to mask things on your board when you're soldering. We use it quite often here. Luckily, I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow. I'm meeting a friend for lunch in Brynmar. Where the hell is... Oh, yeah, it's all the way over here. Hold on, I'm going to go get that clamp. Let me go ramp that clamp. All right, so this thing over here, we can actually use this again. Hopefully. And when this thing explodes finally, I can order one of the metal ones. I can order one of those metal desktop circuit board clamps that I've been meaning to get. I can also 3D print one, but... Nah, there's still plenty of bullshit today to avoid. There's enough bullshit to avoid for all of us. And listen, I'm fairly old. I know how elections work. This thing has all these little things that you got to tighten up. Otherwise, it doesn't really hold the board very well. All right, so we're pretty good on that. So I'm going to be pressing down on this over here. So I'm going to center it on that. Hopefully that'll be good. Let's tighten that up a little bit. This thing is just not that great. You put a lot of force into these, and it doesn't really totally hold it together. What? Well, listen, we're insulated from it here. I grew up on a farm, and I'm pretty adept at avoiding dealing with bullshit. Touch grass is a nice, wonderful little phrase that the internet has come up with recently, and I'm totally for it. I mean, there's nothing too pressing that tells me that this is counterfeit. I would believe that this is a real LM13700, but as this is a desirable chip, it seems like maybe there's a counterfeit market for it. DigiKey, however, I would always trust to not be selling me counterfeit chips. So let's get this one out of here. We're going to use hot air on it. Maybe we should get a little bit further away. Let's get a little bit further away. I think this is probably my maximum further away, so that you guys can see kind of what I'm doing. Actually, right now, what you would see is just a giant nozzle that covers over the whole thing. But grass is scary. It grows outdoors, not around here. We haven't had rain in like 35 days. We had a little tiny sprinkle while I was out there with Willow earlier, and it was amazing because you actually, I forgot that you smell leaves in the fall. You smell wet leaves. And we weren't able to smell that previously because everything's so dry. All right, so let me get some stuff out of the way. One of the things about working with hot air is you kind of want to be cognizant of all the stuff that's surrounding your workpiece. Whatever you're working on, the stuff around it, you may inadvertently expose to quite hot air. And you want to make sure that you don't melt any plastics that are in the vicinity. You had a deep rolling fog. We just have had sunny days and dryness. DigiKey doesn't sell you the nice old chips that have the proper markings on old components. Have the markings old components have, so your old thing doesn't look like it was repaired. I mean, yeah, but how much vanity are you going to have around something like that you're getting repaired? If I'm getting a piece of electronics repaired, I want it to work. And if I want my vintage electronics to look like I've repaired them with vintage electronics, I would go buy vintage electronics because I wouldn't trust things to still be the same. Are there missing components? No, everything is here. Those are just not installed because there was a circuit, just a design change. Those are not, you find those all over electronics, and they're either from a previous phase or they're test points, or they're not worth, you know, they're not worth deleting from the design. There's tons of that kind of stuff in electronics, especially as you move on from this level of technology, because this is surface mount 0805 tech. There are greater things like quad flat no leads, and by greater I mean smaller. Everything's smaller, smaller, smaller. So a level up of technology from here would involve a lot of different components that haven't been populated on a PCB. So this is nothing out of the ordinary. This is looking very much like the chip that I'm replacing, and so I'm starting to kind of doubt myself a little bit. There's subtle differences between the two, but I think mostly it's just because of the junk around it. The font is a little bit larger, though. This one says SUG, whereas this one says Bug. Bouge. Buggy, and the other one's Suggy. Suggy Buggy. 27826, 27822L. So we're a slightly later generation of LM13700. But that's just serial number spelunking. We don't really know exactly what that means. But unfortunately, these are looking very much the same epoxy and the same kind of, you know, it's got the angled side as well as the divot. And the divots are looking very the same. Okay, so ketchup on waffles. I know you don't have a microscope setup, right? But if you had a microscope setup, parts that you've knocked off are going to have little remnants of the part having been attached, unless you're dealing with hot air, unless you're heating things up to soldering temperature, in which case you really want to pay attention to what was there beforehand. But like, if you've got something like this, and this is actually, I know exactly what this is. This LM31 is a voltage regulator. It's an adjustable voltage regulator, and it's made to produce a very particular voltage. And on its data sheet, it actually shows a Zener diode on one of the pins. So Zener diodes happen to come in SOT23, these 3-pin packages that look a lot like transistors like this. Those can be diodes. So this is a diode, hence the 2 pins being connected like this. If a part like that falls off, and mostly they're going to fall off due to just inadequate times under molten solder. So like things will look kind of like this, but then they'll break off. It'll leave behind a little divot where the pin was. typically. You're mostly talking about hot air. Okay, yeah, then that is, yes, that is also very scary. You can put up Captain tape in order to hold things in place when you do the soldering too. If you're really nervous about your components flying away, which could very much happen here, although these are 0805s, so it's a little bit harder because they're bigger. If these were like 0402s, I would absolutely be putting down just a piece of Captain tape around these pins so that I isolate this thing and I don't end up it'll block a little bit of the heat from these components and keep them in place. So anyway, we're gonna remove this thing all in one go. So I'm just gonna put tacky flux. Tacky flux is flux, but it's tacky, which you're gonna have to go through the dictionary in order to figure out which definition I'm talking about. It's the one that means sticky. It's just sticky flux. It's nasty shit. It sticks to stuff. It gets everywhere. As soon as it heats up, it becomes a liquid and coats everything. And that makes holding the heat in a little bit better, but it also keeps the pins from oxidizing. And this is the spiel that you get from every single electronics streamer. Yeah, it's mixing blues and reds, which is just awful. And there's carpet in the bathroom, believe it or not. Carpet in the bathroom. Can you believe that? Well, you don't have to. I'm telling you it's true, and everything I say is correct. Scanning your boards. You can scan the board. You can do what I do and just take a bunch of pictures of it on the microscope. It helps quite a bit for reverse engineering. Here, I'll show you guys. I don't have it open. Let me open it real quick. Carpet on the walls. I was reading a thread where people were forgiving carpet on the walls over carpet in the bathroom. Carpet on the bathroom walls, now you're just in complete chaos. I can't believe that, like, my grandparents' generation put carpet in the bathroom. And carpet on the toilet seat, too. Heat was not heat was a luxury back then, I guess. You weren't able to heat everything quite adequately, so I guess carpeting. But now we put heaters in everything. Everything's got a heater. So what we did is we took pictures of the front and the back of the board, and I overlaid them in GIMP. So there's a seam on the pictures, but that's not that big of a deal because things kind of line up correctly. And so with the picture of the front and the back lined up to the front, I can actually activate the bottom layer and see where all the traces are going. And so I highlighted the traces on a couple layers of this document. So we know what all of this stuff is. I just have to rearrange all the circuit structures into an actual design. Heated bidet. We just don't have those in America. We just don't do that. We decided, I guess, it's not like we decided against them. It's just that the plumbing was very difficult. I design all my houses on House Flipper with carpeted bathroom. That's awesome. Yeah, this is, so the power thing that I was talking about is up here. And so I put like a little box with a question mark. That would have been a diode on the schematic, on the design. There's a reference design for this thing. Yeah, we decided instead of having our 220 lines are referenced to 115 to ground on either side, and it's a way we did things that was just like a little tiny bit safer. If you get electrocuted, you're still dead, but it just means that our water takes a little bit longer to heat up. We can't make tea as easily as you guys. But we also don't have like loop circuits and stuff. All right, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use hot air. This is 500 degrees Celsius air coming out at a pretty low rate. I've got it running relatively slowly just so that heat kind of deliberately soaks things. When I heat up the board, I don't want to immediately expose it to the full breadth and width of my hatred of my hot air. I am going to instead swirl around above the thing. You want to kind of, don't go in all at once. You got to kind of warm things up first. So you start by just kind of flirting with it all the way on the outside. Then you get into heavy petting a little closer, and then you go for the kill by going directly into it and heating up very specifically the area around that part. But the whole point is that you're soaking heat out into the board so that it doesn't shock things and hurt anything. So get the tweezers out over here, and let's get going with the hot air. So I pick this thing up, and it instantly starts belching hot air. I'm going to stick a finger in my tweezers like this to widen them out. because they don't quite reach the outer skirts of an SOT. And so I'll start heating with my hand out of the way and just keep my finger kind of in that spot. And what you'll see is that flux starts to melt in and starts to hold in that heat, and it starts to spread out a little bit. I'm just going to continue like this. You can see by the shininess of the pads that this is one of the components that I replaced last time. Really want the ability to have an image of a scanned PCB as the background while routing traces in KI CAD. I'm not sure if Fusion does that. I think it might be able to. That would be something that I should probably explore at some point, because we used a piece of software that was able to do that exact task. And if I can do that in the modern stuff, I would be pretty happy. So, all right, we've been heating up the board for just a little bit. I'm going to get down in a little bit faster. I'm thankful my water heats up in 1 minute instead of 2. I mean, it really is something that's like not that big of a deal. We don't drink tea all that often around here. Well, actually, this household, we do. So now what I'm looking for is for those pins to go molten. So that solder, you can see there's a little point to the solder right here. I'm looking for that to soften up. I might not actually get it to do that. I'm pretty close now. I'm going to give it a little push. Oh yeah, let's get out of here. Whew. Okay, so that didn't stick to the tweezers, instead it flew away. But it managed to land on its side, so it didn't actually solder itself to anything. The biggest concern when doing what I just did is that some of those pins might not have flowed over. Flowed over. Welcome to Philadelphia. Some of these pins might not flow over. And if one of them does, and it happens to be one like this, that's solid when the rest of these are liquid solder, if this one is still solid and I pull up on the chip, I could pull this entire pad off. You'll see them in some places suggest that you go through and cut all the pins off of an IC you're removing. That's a terrible idea because things are a lot weaker than they used to be. Everybody's trying to cut corners. When they cut corners, the adhesion to the circuit board is sometimes what suffers. And so with the bond between the copper and the FR4 and no solder mask to hold it down, it can pretty easily leave the board when you overheat the connection. So you want to be careful about that and make sure that your heat spans the entirety of the chip. And there are products that can help you with that, keeping all those molten at the same time. One of them is called Chip Quick. It's rather expensive for what it is, but it works really well. It's also a complete pain in the ass, and it makes a huge mess. So Chip Quick is not necessarily the silver bullet that you may think it is. Silver bullet is also not the silver bullet you think it is, because that's a paint. That's a paint that they use on rust. Resoldering a naked pad is the most annoying shit. Yeah. So if the soldering iron is super duper hot, you really need to limit the amount of time that you spend on a pad that's not connected to anything. Would have been nice if instead of just nothing, there was at least just a little bit of trace running out of it. On LGA CPU sockets, I would imagine so. Somebody had a question about how to solder a PLA, and the day after they asked that, and I didn't have a good answer for how to desolder a PLA, I saw the trick that I've been meaning to try for so much time. Is if you get a piece of thick enough solid core wire and you run the solid core wire across the pins and then you bend it to run across the other side. So on a PLA, you've got pins on all sides, and so you bend it to be like surround the thing, and then you just load that all up with solder, and supposedly that'll help you keep the heat on all the pins at once and keep them all molten. That reminds me, I need to buy more Chip Quick. I have about 2-inch stick left. If you're real careful with how you use it, that'll last you a while, though. Because you really are supposed to be like super sparse with that stuff. I should have kept the flux down for this. Oh, my soldering iron is off. There you go, now it's on. And we're at temperature. 300 watts is awesome. Okay, so like that. And what this will do is flatten all the pins. We're using solder wick, which utilizes the surface area and the high surface tension of a very viscous metal. It's a viscous metal. What else do I call it? I mean, the viscosity of the metal means, and its propensity to coat copper, its propensity to coat copper means that if you have like capillary structures in between pieces of copper, that it'll wick solder away from another pad. Now, you will never be able to fully remove the tinning. Tinning is the coating of the solder on the copper, because it's like a molecular, it's a mechanical but molecular sized bond between the two. You can remove it by mechanical means, by sanding down the layer of solder on top of the copper, but it is a very, very small layer. So we flatten the pins that way, and that way the IC just goes back in flat. Try adding flux. Did you miss the part where this thing worked perfectly? Oh, that's for ketchup and waffles, sorry. Depending on the brand, right? I buy Chemtronics. Yeah, I know, I saw that, I'm sorry. Chemtronics, right? I buy Chemtronics. They're solder wick restricted rosin SD. So there is a little bit of rosin in here on these braids. If you can find you can remove it chemically. Isn't that tantamount to mechanically, because you're just pulling molecules off? You're brushing off molecules one by one. It's like really kind of a glasses being pushed up kind of moment. Chemtronics I decided on. I've used them, and you saw right now it works perfectly every time. You can save yourself the trouble. Some solder wicks, you know, these aren't all made the same. Maybe you're avoiding having the rosin directly on the wick. You probably need to add flux. Pseudomaze is exactly right. You probably just need to add flux. If you just drop down a tiny little bit of flux on either the braid or on the thing you're desoldering, it might do it for you. Okay, so we need to solder this thing back down. We have a new chip, Hoodis, and it happens to still be on this board. It's like way up there. Here it is. This little guy right here. Look at him, he's so cute. All right, so we're gonna put this one in here, and we are going to place it down on top of the pads, with one of them being held in molten solder. So basically we want to pull that chip into position and mechanically mount it using one of its pins. So really you should not be using a pin that is not anchored. And by anchored, I mean it has stuff that it goes to. So for instance, this pin is a great example. It has a trace coming out this way that goes to a via. The via isn't in contact with the pad. I would prefer if it was. But it also has another trace that comes out this way. So that's going to give it a lot of stuff to kind of stick down to the board. If you physically bump into the chip when you've only anchored it down on one pad, it gets to be kind of risky. So the brick with liquid flux. Seems like a lot. All right, let's clean the tip. The tip's looking a little weird. Wait, what is that? Why is that there? Kind of scrape it on the pad. All right, I guess that looks all right. It probably should be a little shinier than it is, but come down here at an angle, heat up the entire pad, and then add just a little bit of the solder there, and then that's ready to go. That is now our anchor pin. You know, it's all well and good to anchor to two opposing corners, but how do you do that? I can't do that all at once. So what I do is I just do the one, and we slide the chip into place. And that's not quite good. So hold on, let me get over here. I'm just gonna grab it like that, and I'll apply a little bit of heat here to our anchor pin. That frees us up. Visually get that lined up. It needs to slide to the right a little bit. These are nice wide pads. I'm happy that Acid Labs gave us some nice solderable pads on this thing. Like that, right? So I'll let that harden, and then I'm going to place the tweezers on top of the chip. I'm not pushing down hard, but I am giving it the incentive to just sit completely flat. So now it's flattened out again. If I'm working quickly, sometimes I won't notice that I've soldered the IC like up at a weird angle. Back over here. I'm flipping it around so I can get to the other side comfortably. It's a little crooked, but I'm gonna live with that. You know, it doesn't need to look super perfect. If I really feel like fixing it, I can run it through the oven, but there's also parallax in effect. That's definitely slightly crooked. You know what? I just don't have time to be bothered by that. We're more curious about whether or not this thing is a genuine LM13700, so. Straighten it a little bit. All right, so now I'm just going through pin by pin and just adding solder. Did a piece of solder fall off again? Yeah. Why is this solder so fragile? It's probably because we're working way up in the sky with this tall board holder. Now you can do stuff like drag soldering. You can do all those fancy procedures if you feel like it, but drag soldering is when you add a bunch of flux to your pins, you load up your iron with solder, and you just go from pin to pin to pin. You just drag across each pin in a fluid motion that allows the pin to heat up and expose it to that solder, and then the amount of surface area on the pin itself will just soak up a predetermined amount of solder. It's a way to get very professional soldering done on these sort of little surface mount chips. But you don't always have to drag solder, and these pins are far enough apart that often when I try to drag solder something like this, it'll leave behind a giant booger of solder. So I typically like to go through individually with very thin solder and just one by one apply to each of these. Now, my ability to solder is all well and good, but does the chip actually work? That's going to be the next thing we test here. Because if that doesn't work, I do not know what else could be going wrong with this thing. There is one TL072 that we have replaced. Now let me just double check the direction of the chip before we turn this thing on, because that would, again, I've done this before on stream and had egg on my face. So this right here, the transconductance amplifier, is facing, the little dot on it is facing in towards the rest of the board. So in towards the rest of the board. And in this case, it is facing in towards the rest of the board. There's the board edge over here. There's the LM137. There's the rest of the board. Okay, cool. Yeah, I don't know. I've never had trouble with this. Like even the super duper tiny pin pitches do well with drag soldering. You know, at a certain point, you're just mimicking what solder paste does on a slit. The time scale is different. There's no through-hole stuff, and only one side is components. Be more of a mad lad. And put the board... Sorry, I got to click on this thing so I'm not missing words. Put the board on a hot plate. Yeah, the hot plate's good. I don't want to... Even on this thing, I don't want to expose the entire thing to that. Because, like, you go to pick something up, and if you slip, you're going to hit stuff, and it'll fly off your board. And hot dropping a chip in introduces a whole world of cold solder joints. You may not have ever had trouble with it, but if you ever do, it is some of the most, like, oh my God, it's so frustrating. I had to deal with cold solder joint shenanigans with marbles where I had a bunch of pins that looked like they were soldered, but they just weren't. And it only took probing with a multimeter individual voltage levels going into the microcontroller, because I didn't have any of the setup helping microcontroller stuff that Emily Gillette has. But if you heat up the whole board and do it all in one fluid motion, you can run into all kinds of problems like that, where your pin is dropping down on a piece of solder without flux, and it just pushes the solder away and doesn't actually get it to wick up. Yeah, and then you're also subjecting your, again, like I said, you could sneeze and go, and then a bunch of your stuff is displaced. Now, it's all reversible, so, none of it's, I'm not saying you're going to blow up the world or nothing. There's nothing wrong with doing it your way, but I wouldn't do it. I once dropped a board with an ESP32 on it, and the whole thing just flew off completely and ruined it. Oh, that sucks. Okay, so we got to make sure that we plug this thing in the right way. There are 2 ways to plug it in. Since these are the same exact header, you can plug it in like this, and it fits, and all the pins are connected, but they're wrong. Dun, dun, dun. So I got to reverse one of them, and then I got to plug it in again. It exists in a superposition. All right, so we reverse one of them, and then it plugs in correctly. Holes line up. We're good. So plugged in. Am I going to jinx it if I put the screws in? Yes. So I'm going to put the screws in. Let's just jinx it. So I'll put the screws back in just so I don't lose them. I don't want to lose the screws. We've got a lot of stuff that's like flying around on the desk right now. Then I got to get the speakers, because those moved during Julian and Dave's time. We'll plug this thing in and see if we get some volume out of it. I thought these are stainless. They're not. They're sticking really well. Yeah, I mean, like, make one of the plugs more. I mean, I know, like, these were not, you know, the Germans would go, these were not designed to be plugged in wrong. It is impossible. These are not designed that way. But people don't think about stuff, and they do dumb things, and then I have to deal with the repercussions. Yeah. Well, but the thing is, like, you know, there's no, again, like I say, there's no governing body that's enforcing this stuff. You're not going to get, like, the government knocking on your door going, hey, you need to put a pin header on that. Like, nobody's going to tell people this. And so if you have a one person just building them, and they've got the German sensibilities of course I cannot. It is illegal. Like, that is not allowed. I cannot do that. You can't drive above the speed limit. Like, that kind of thing, like, where it's like, it is impossible. That is not supposed to be plugged in that way. No one will do it wrong. I don't need an oil filter on my car. Like, you get people like us that are like, well, they wouldn't have let us do it if it would blow up the unit. And then it blows up the unit. I want an M303 after all of this. You can find them broken, I think. You can just get a broken one. It's a madhouse. It's a madhouse. All right, I'm going to plug this thing in properly now. Give me this back. Ow, these are sharp. All right, and then plug. This one goes into here with the stripe up top. That. And then this one goes into here, paying very close attention that the first row of pins is on the bottom row of pins here. Which means it's offset by 2. Don't get it wrong. Your life depends on this. Ridiculous. Oh, wait, I need to do this. Some people just need to be nipped in their butt by a beetle. You mean nipped in the bud? As in before it flowers? Then again, we also write really good service and repair manuals. RTFM is like the first rule of the game of Germans. All right, yeah, no, I get that. Being very dry and matter of fact is a very nice to have in a manual. That is very nice to have. You know, you don't want flowery prose in something like a technical manual. That's one thing that we had to work on with some of our people at one of my old jobs. Father knows all about things not designed to be used as serviceable. I remember the MOSFET. He replaced the BMW ABS system. That should have worked, and it didn't. That was the gel. BMW, in their infinite wisdom, decided that in order to save money on copper wire, it would be great if they could put the ABS module in the engine bay, because then it has immediate access to both of the front wheels and all of the ABS braking systems. So the ABS braking systems are up there in the front, branches out to the 2 front wheels, and then goes, you know, slinks along the car to the back wheels. They save on wiring if they put it there because the car computer's nearby and a bunch of other, you know, throttle body and all that other stuff is nearby. So in order to put it in the engine bay, in BMW's infinite wisdom, because they only had just started relocating the batteries to the trunks, they displaced that whole system and they put it right above the exhaust manual. And to put it above the exhaust manual means that there's an incredible swing of temperatures beyond the electronics capabilities at the time. I think it was late 80s that they were probably designing these things. So they said, well, gee, wow, that's a big temperature swing. I think the way that we need to do this is by taking a page out of RF electronics book. RF electronics can often be pushed to their absolute brink in terms of everything gets hot, everything gets cold. You have something in a box on a telephone pole, and it can be in any kind of a climate. It can be in a desert. It can be in Antarctica. And those temperature swings, you want it to not affect that. Fiberglass substrate, FR4, cannot be good at those extremes. Flexes, your copper flexes it, flexes back and forth. It eventually breaks traces if it gets super hot and super cold. So on BMWs, they said, well, fuck it, we can't do that. We can't have an FR4 board on this thing. So let's do what the industrial circuits are doing. Let's do what the RF circuits are doing. Let's put everything on a copper substrate. So you have ceramic substrate. You have a big piece of ceramic tile, big white, pure ceramic tile, right? And then you deposit on that gold, and gold traces on top of that. So you have a high conductance and very low oxidization on it. And then your chips, instead of having them in epoxy substrates that are also subject to temperature tweaking and all that stuff, you just deposit those chips directly down onto that ceramic substrate and use gold bonding wires instead of solder, because solder is also unstable at those temperature swings. And once you've done all that, you take a silicon gel and you just, eat that shit all over the place. You fucking bukkake the shit out of it. And then it's protected from moisture in the environment. And you seal all that in another piece of plastic and you put it above the exhaust header. And then I get to look at it and go, what is this? Why is it broken? I tried to fix my ABS module several different ways. The thing is, with that gel, your car vibrates, and the gel acts like jello, and it vibrates, and so all that vibration eventually breaks the gold bonding wires that hold everything together. But in mine, I guess what affected the ABS was like, it must have been a fucking like sunspot that hit like one photon, or like a subatomic particle flies in and it bounces off a 1 or a 0, and then the ABS computer goes bah, and then just dies because it wouldn't work. One after the other didn't work. And so I had to replace the entire computer. And eventually I won the what was it? Lithuanian parts reseller lottery, where they sent me another one of these ABS computers, and it finally worked. And that was what fixed my problem. But I went through the ringer on that. I went through every single piece of that ABS system. I know almost down to the software how every part of that system functions. The Mercedes, it's 4 inches off the ground, so every time I take a speed bump, my car touches the ground. Yeah, but how cool does it look, Like, how cool does that look? EWS64 sound card, which had a path of small footprint silk screen, and once you follow and decode them, it led to a microprint which said, please kindly read the manual. What? It had a path of small footprint silk screened, and you decode it, and it says to read the manual. Weird. All right, so anyway, the power cable on this is particularly insidious. There's no markings at all around this. There's no protection diodes, because it's wrong to plug it in wrong. Like, you're supposed to plug it in correctly. That's what you're supposed to do. There's no indication of any kind of caution. So you get this in the mail, you're excited to plug it in, and you get a plug like this, and you plug it in directly. And if I were to power this on, if I were to hit this switch right here, this would be permanently damaged, because this is not how you plug it in. In fact, this is fewer pins than this header right here. If I were to plug this into another Acid Labs module, I could directly daisy chain. 1 second, I'm gonna cough. I could directly daisy chain this over to another Acid Labs module with this same connector, because that's what they're designed to do. But no, this is an adapter for Eurorack. And the adapter for Euro rack, it can plug directly into the 20-pin header over there. When you plug it in over here, you have to offset it by 2 rows so that your stripe is at the bottom of this header. And that is in the manual, and it's in forums. It's the only place you're going to be told about that. Not even the slightest inkling of a cautionary tale here. Just, mark, like, right on the copper layer right here. Just pin one, P-I-N-O-N-E, with an arrow pointing down. That's all we need. You know, that would give you the benefit of the doubt. But anyway, we will never make that mistake. And the musicians that sent me these things will never make that mistake again. Now we have this thing here ready for me to start hammering away at it with plugs. So I do want to get 2 of the fasteners in here so that we can actually plug stuff in without ripping it out of the setup. Where did the, oh, there it is. Yeah, maybe it was conceived in an era where all of the individual features of a PCB are being charged for, because that's how the board houses used to be. You would get an introductory number of vias, and then any vias after that would be charged for. So there's a lot of designs that I did from back then that are trying to be extremely economic about the number of vias on the board. Nowadays, there's really no restrictions on that because they plate through the vias. It's just like another process that every board goes through and gets evenly acted upon. We need the speakers over here. Speakers. Let me get the speakers. Yeah. Those are pretty much our arbiter of whether or not the signal is hot. I want it to properly make wibbling noises on the speakers. And then I need to find the adapter that I built for mono to stereo. Well, let me get this unplugged from the mixer. I had these as my monitor speakers from Julian and Dave are here. I do need to figure out a better setup for Julian and Dave being here. Actually, I think they just need to bring the proper cables next time. Because then I'll have them on 2 channels of the mixer, and hopefully I can get them mixed in properly. But you guys were saying that they were okay this time. Why does that keep falling over? If you were manufacturing with Euro circuits in the 2000s, the second side silkscreen would cost a surcharge of about €8 per size of PCB. Oh, man. Drilling vias takes time. The more vias, the more time spent on your board. Well, yeah, but now all that stuff is like all super duper. Well, I guess it always was super duper CNC. But like basically what they do is they put a big giant piece of FR4 into one side of a machine, and then on the other side of this enormous machine, it'll spit out all the designs. It's like, it's as set it and forget it as it gets, aside from reviewing the designs so that they go through your machine properly. But things were a little different back then, I guess. But again, there's already a silkscreen on the opposite side of the board, so I don't know. I'd have to hear it from the horse's mouth. I'd have to hear it directly from Acid Labs, figure out why they did what they did. And they're probably still paying for it in terms of like all the emails that they get. I'm looking for the adapter that I built. I built an adapter that does stereo to mono. It's just buried somewhere over here. Because at the beginning of the other day, when Julian and Dave were here, I put it over in this area. And this is the area where all the shit piles up. No, like I said, it's not cheap labor cost. It's one person to run this huge machine that does all the stuff at once. Well, it doesn't do it at once, but it just sends a giant piece of FR4 through the whole machine. It's not really a labor thing. It's a machine thing. The machine got better. It got better. Where did that adapter go? It was pretty hard to miss. Where did you go, adapter? Under this stuff in it. All right, adapter. I'm guessing that it's in one of these piles right here. Unless I put it on top of this. No. I will find it. Give me a second here to poke about. Did it get organized? It may have gotten organized, which means it's in a specific location. Over there, nope, nope, nope. Nope, 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 nope. How about over on this side? I'd see it. All right, hold on. It's probably... Did I put it in the bin with the adapters? No. That would have been easy. How about... There's a fart box that we need to fix. We need to get that running. Now that we have Node-RED on this computer, I need to find a Twitch plugin that I like so that we can get all of the Twitch API stuff into Node-RED. And then from there, we can do the filtering and the rerouting and stuff like that. And that should make it nice and easy for us to refurbish both Burn the Subs and the fart box. Fart box will obviously be the first thing that we do, and then we can work towards figuring out how Burn the Subs is going to function. Because I don't know much about it. I do know that a Clipper can use an API, and that'll be our in. And then we can use Clipper to do all the mechanical stuff and the, you know, the look ahead planning and stuff of moving the laser around. And I'll have to look up what stuff exists to run a Clipper powered laser etcher. Yeah, that too. You can just put a sticker on it. You can literally just have 10,000 even paper stickers that just say stripe with an arrow. And you can put those right next to that header. And it can even be off. Bottom pin, stripe. With an arrow. There are many ways to mitigate this. Where did that... ouch. I went to tap my hand on the table and I hit the opposite end of a male header. That could have led to blood. Somewhere around here, there's the adapter that I took off of the thing. I hastily took it off and then I didn't put it in a special spot. It's very specifically for the speakers so that I can run them with a mono cable. But I just don't see it over here. Did it end up actually where it should be, which is... What was that? What was that hanging around? Nothing over there, nothing over there. All right, so moving this thing over like this. Maybe it's in here. That would be the appropriate location for it. No. I have a 9mm bullet. No? Okay. But down here... No. But this would be another spot where I would accept having it. This is less acceptable, but it's still a drawer that I would... Nope, not there. All right, so... It's a very small thing. Threaten your shop with a 9mm. What? If I were lazy, it would have been where I unplugged it, which is where the speakers were before, which is where we were just looking. I went to that spot first, the laziest spot first. It's something that I made specially. We labeled the stereo and mono, and then I shrink wrapped them. Together. If it fell, it would be down there. It doesn't look like it is. Let me put the hot air away so we have a little bit more space to search. By all means, it probably just got scooched under something. Because yeah, I remember the speakers. We've had the speakers here for a while, right? I had the emote in between them. We had the speakers sitting right here with all the stuff around it, and that's where I unplugged them. And I do remember unplugging it. I just don't recall what I did with it afterwards. So it could be anywhere over here. Under there, no. Sitting on that, no. Nope, nope, nope. And we had a full day of stream between when I plugged it in and now, so there's no telling what kind of stuff propagated around it in order to kind of push it out to the outskirts. I saw that. This is on Thingiverse if you want to print your own. I saw it on Thingiverse and I was like, yeah, I need that. And I need it to be in gold. It's the golden rule. These are measurement helpers. These need to get back to like a proper bin. A proper bin. Nothing, 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 nothing. So it'll look like a golden plug with a white label on it that says stereo and mono, and it's covered in clear shrink wrap. With non-opaque shrimp wrap. Shrimp wrap. It's wrapped in shrimp. And I think it's over here. Did I put it up on the shelf? Might see it up on the shelf. No, nothing, 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 nothing. This is a click disk if you ever want to store up to 1 gigabyte of information. Pretty amazing. Is it 40 gigs? I don't know. The iOmega click drive. That's a blast from the past. I forget what I found that in, but I think it was from my old multimedia teacher in high school. So nothing over here. It's got to be over here. How about with all the stuff for the module tester? No. On this, and I just haven't been seeing it? No. On this, and I haven't just been seeing it? No. On this, and I haven't just been seeing it? No. Over there. That was supposed to be the diode ladder filter. We never finished that one. Never finished that one. I don't see it anywhere. What did I do with this part? Let's see. If I unplugged it and moved the speakers over there, maybe it's somewhere between here and there. Yeah, the zip drives had a whopping 100 megabytes, and they lasted about 1.5 years before they all erased. I remember finding my stash of zip drives, and I was like, oh, sweet, what kind of weird stuff do I have on these? No, I wasn't streaming when I unplugged it. We don't, the ability of having that kind of memory storage, like retention of things that I've done, is kind of amazing at times. But unfortunately, that was not one of the moments that I got on camera. Yeah, I found a stash of zip drives. And I'm like, ooh, all kinds of salacious bullshit from when I was like a crazy person on the internet. And I plugged them in, and they all did the click of death, which is when the zip drive is completely broken down and can't work at all. I think I tried to look up some recovery stuff on it, but I have no idea how you can. Permanently etched on like a glass disc. I think there's been talk about like crystal storage and stuff like that for like long-term optical storage. They've come up with a couple things, and I think there is a new density of optical storage that might make CDs relevant again. I think I saw an article on that. I don't know any details though. I know nothing. I'm dumb. What I want is for my tablet to turn on instantly, or very quickly anyway. This ancient tablet to turn on very quickly and have both chats on it in big text. I don't really know how to do that. It's a whole project in and of itself, because you got to learn weird tablet shit. But it would be nice if I could just turn that thing on and it would pop chat up onto something. I think my best avenue for that is, I don't know, maybe like a front panel for Node-RED. Monitoring chat. What did I do with this stupid adapter, man? It's like the one thing that I need in order to run this little setup. Because we are basing this on the volume. Up on the shelf. Up on the shelf. Not up on the shelf. All up in the shelf with the misdirection. This is vexing. Did I put it on my other desk? That might be another place where it would reside. The click of death and the magic smoke. Was there magic smoke coming from those? Magnetism ate it. Yeah, magnetism is extremely sensitive to temperature. And the longevity of magnetism on a planet with a huge magnetic field is not amazing. Let's see, go back to face cam. I'm gonna look at my other desk. I'm gonna see if I put it over there. Oh, or is it down here with the cables? This would have been the best place to put it. Negative. You know, the best place to put it, but of course I didn't put it there. What did I do with it? What was I thinking? Garbage, garbage. All right, desk over here. I don't have much business putting something like that over here. I don't really see it. There's a couple little project areas here. What about in this drawer? Deep in the drawer? No, that's more specialty stuff. Nope, 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 nope. Well, what the heck? I don't know what I did with it then. I've got a disappearing adapter. It was something that would have been just out on the desk too, because I just unplugged it and dropped it. I just dropped it right in place. We're on the Z-axis. No, I'm going to put the Z-axis where it belongs. No. No. Double, triple, no. Sorry, I don't mean to derail like this, but this is a part of the setup that we had before, and getting the mono organized, the stereo organized into mono is kind of important for the functionality of this thing, because I'm basing the results on the volume that we get from this thing. Did it magnet itself up to the desk? No. No, nothing magneted. Here. Couple magnets, but not the thing that I'm looking for. It's back. Weird. That's really weird. I don't know how something like that could disappear on such a scale. In the time sure she could have maybe been able to fashion a makeshift one. I don't have two of the stereos like I had before because I used them on this adapter. They're not in here. That'll be a weird place for me to put something. No, not in there. All right. All right, we got to use 100% of our brains. Just have a stroke. Got to use our whole brains. Every single neuron firing to find this part. There. Oh. It might be against DOS. Yeah, Nightmare Joker heard the noise that I made and started getting observant. Right there. I left it plugged into the red cable. Red, because it's an important cable, and it was the output cable, and I was supposed to be able to see it easily. So again, the laziest place would have been plugged in to a cable that was plugged into my output. This is an attenuator. The signals on, so listen, a word on audio signals. Everything in sort of modular synthesizer, analog electronics deals with positive and negative voltages. In DC electronics, which is often digital stuff and also logic level stuff, you have ground reference and a positive voltage, and you don't think about anything else. And everybody's perfectly happy to have everything shifted so that all the voltages are positive, and that's just the way things are. Well, with analog circuitry, we deal with positive and negative. So our signals are referenced on ground. They can go to negative voltages and positive voltages. And what that means is that essentially our ground is now our negative voltage. So it's all potentials. It's all potentials of voltages over, voltages to and from references. So we start at ground and we define that as 0. And in so doing, we now have a negative voltage level. we now have a level that is below that ground and above that ground. And electrons will flow from positive to ground and from ground to negative. That's how it works because we defined it that way. Positive 0 and negative D. It's just, yeah, it's just what it is. So in analog voltages, we have plus minus, we have voltage peak to peak, we have VRMS, which is another way of describing sort of the area under the curve, whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is, we have different voltage reference levels. So when you have a modular synthesizer, sometimes audio can be up to 12 volts, typically around plus minus 10. We're dealing with plus minus 5, plus minus 3. This speaker uses at most a line level voltage, which is 1 volt, but it likely uses way, way less. So you need something in between the two in order to pop things down a little bit, and that's what this attenuator is. This is the Attenu mixer. It's a bunch of 100 kilo ohm resistors as well as 100 kilo ohm knobs. So I can put 3 channels into this thing, and then they all output on either one channel or individually. Yeah, you can cut it out and then bring it over to, you got to kind of mush it up and you put it on a scale and you figure out what it is. That's what RMS does. Yeah, telephone lines are 48 volts except when it rings. I think it goes to 75 volts when it rings. Why? Why does it do? And then you look at telephone networks and you just kind of stop doing that forever. I've tried that and it was reasonably accurate. It's kind of funny, actually. You just physically measure it. Yeah, telephone, the entirety of the telephone system is just built on luck. And it's bird's nest after bird's nest, and it's horrifying. It's just horrifying. All right, so I'm going to turn this up to a reasonably middling voltage. I'm going to leave the volume here at a reasonably middling voltage. We are going to use the Crime module, which has some firmware called hemispheres on it. Hemispheres will allow me to do a bunch of different outputs that'll hopefully make the M303 do stuff. And if we're lucky, we can then even bring in the power supply, measure voltage, and this will give us a note. Even though I haven't calibrated this thing, so I don't know how accurate it really is going to be. First test. If I turn this on, does it turn on? We're going to double check that stripe is stripe. Correct. Double check over here. Stripe is at the bottom pin. That is correct as well. We're gonna fix this power supply soon. We'll fix this power supply soon, and then this thing will be, because I need the power supply to be super rock solid. The voltages that we're creating is super rock solid, but I want to hook it up to these. By the way, that stream that we did where we designed this panel worked perfectly. I don't know if I want to put like a definition of the voltage here on the sides, or I could. I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to print a white label and just put it on the front, and that way we've got all the information that we need. It'll be -12, +12, 5. But yeah, this thing's like great. It's perfect. It worked really well. Here in Belgium, most of the internet still runs on telephone lines. Ooh, that's a scary prospect when you see some telephone. What are you talking about? Don't forget to use them in series. All right. 3, 2, 1, go. Okay, good. Nobody's broken. All right, so I'm going to go to hemispheres, and we're going to run this side. We're going to run this thing, which just does control voltages. So control voltage here, going to control voltage in, which is a little bit more sensitive than the 1 volt per octave, at least as far as I know, as far as I can test right now. When we build the module tester module, I will be able to actually make this stuff, you know, do the thing. So voltage control filter tune Cutoff I'm going to do all the way up so that no matter what frequencies are coming out of this thing, we'll hear it. But it'll probably be a very low voltage. We can get up to 140 on those telephone lines. Jeez. I mean, they're noisy as hell. So nothing is happening right now. And that's actually the way that it's supposed to be because there's no gate signal coming in. Nothing is gating this to make noise. So we need something that's going to be like a gate. And I don't really know what other generation presets exist on this. So all things considered, I could pull in the same module again and make a couple gates out of it. Where's that module? I don't know how half of these things work, by the way. It's just I don't know. I do not know. Where did the thing go? With the things? You know, the thing that does the things? There it is. So if I turn this to slope, shape, 48. Oh, I can round it out that way. And it's, I know it's, oh, you guys got a pretty decent, you guys actually have an okay shape on the, or an okay view of it right now. It typically will flash pretty violently. All right, so I turn this one into 2 squares. I don't know, yeah, sure, opposite squares, whatever. So this is going in a ramp, so this burr, 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 and then this one is going to just hit a pulse, and let's just see if we put that into the gate. Nothing. Try the opposite one. And then, let's see. Okay. Resonance cutoff is all the way up. VCO volume all the way up. Accent is fine. Do not that. Oh, there's no, yeah, no connection to output. Okay, here's where it blasts us. All right, so in the output, I'm going to plug into channel 1. So we get beer, beer. Yeah, listen. No backseating. I'm going to call that backseating, and I'm going to get mad for no reason. All right, so filters and stuff. Go back to triangles. Let's go squares. So there we go. All right, let's get the O-scope on this and characterize what we're seeing. I have no reference for any of this stuff either. The biggest part is we can get a gigabit over the TV cable downstream, but the cable provider only gives us 50 upload. Yeah, we dealt with that for a while, the cable internet stuff. Verizon did Fios finally, and we got it here, and now we finally upgraded it to gigabyte speeds. I really hope that happens to Groovy sometime soon, because Groovy also has Comcast, but his connection is pathetic, and he doesn't have access to editing any of it. But what they did is they contacted whoever had access to ours, and they said, yo, we're upgrading your stuff, so if you want anything to still work, you're going to have to go to gigabyte speeds. And we were like, yes, please. In fact, we want to go a little higher than that. I hear it clipping 303 style in the audio. It doesn't appear to be clipping for me. Yeah, it's very quiet, though, the audio that I'm getting out of this. Oh, chirping. Yes, chirping. Sorry. I read clipping. Brains filling in. But it does appear to be very quiet. Maybe that's just characteristically how it is. Maybe it's the signals that I'm giving it that aren't giving the VCA quite enough authority. Yeah, this is so quiet. So, O-scope. Let's turn the scope on. Where is that scene? The scope scene right here. I need to get that Stream Deck XL up so that I have a button to turn that on and off. And or reorganize the buttons that I have so that I can utilize everything properly. Unfortunately, that cuts off our hearing of it, and I don't really have splitters. That is channel 1, and we're on millivolts for that? That cannot be our audio. By all means, that should be our audio. Oh yeah, feedback. That's way louder. Oh, whoops. Wait, that's unattenuated? That's how loud it is unattenuated. That's absolutely silent. A little louder when I go into gate mode. Yeah, that's what I use. I use Pages. I have setup, all the setup routines, and then I have the overlays that I can activate. What could possibly be wrong with this thing? Why is it not producing the appropriate level of output? I mean, like, maybe if we carry the 1 and then how else could they sell you an amp? That's not what this is about. Rear. Look at this. That's 48 millivolts. You've got to be kidding me. Why are you like this? I have it on gate in, gate's the input. If it's gating, then that's it, right? Like it gates and that's it. What is up with this? Why is it so quiet? Non-cromulent wobulation. Yeah. We're wobbling. I mean, those are pretty good wobulations going on right there. That's pretty impressive. What if okay, I don't have the plugs to plug it in. I was thinking that I could use the VCO that we built and potentially, no, but then I would need this to be in addition to Crimes. If Crimes isn't putting out the right output level, what is Crimes putting out? What have Crimes done for me? Oh, dear God. Wait, why did this go into fine detail mode? Oh, God, I hate it when it does that. There we go. All right, so we are 0 to about 6 volts. That should be plenty for things to operate off of. What about our note value? It's going to be the same thing. Yeah, 0 to 6 volts. Try the oscillator out from the 303. So that's up here. That is semi at the right level. And here it is being influenced by the input. I mean, it's still a plus minus 2 volt on the square wave, triangle wave. It all settles in weird spots, but I think that's how it's supposed to operate. Yeah, I don't think it centers on 0 very easily because both the modules do the exact same thing. It's discharging some kind of a capacitor. There's a cap in there, and I think it's doing its best, and it'll eventually get it to be an AC signal. Either way, when this thing goes into another device, it's going to be hitting an AC capacitor anyway, so it'll get itself locked into 0 crossing. It doesn't really matter that it comes down like that because it's not really a control voltage, it's an audio signal. But yeah, that's what and that's what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to have that kind of what do you call it? God damn it! What is that haircut again? The swoosh. Pompadour. It's supposed to have a pompadour on the square wave. That's just the 303 square wave. I mean, that seems to be okay. I don't think that's supposed to be any higher than it is. If it hits some kind of like what is it hitting up against when it does these operations? So I can hear. Hopefully there's no buzz on my microphone. I think the buzz on the microphone is just that occasional buzz that comes in. I had a YouTube comment about that, and I said I would address it, but I don't think there's much I can do other than just plugging back in. Can't tell over the tinnitus? Yeah. Everybody says that word wrong, by the way. It's an itis is an inflammation, and tinnitus is not an inflammation. Tinnitus is something in your inner ear and I guess your brain. But things are going E this week. Yeah, that's rough. I get that too. I get that quite strongly. But it's tinnitus. It's not tinnitus. So our audio path at the end, I was thinking that the problem was here. And it was actually. The problem was, in fact, at the transconductance amplifier. Because the transconductance amplifier that I put in had nothing going on. There was no effect. There was no audio coming out of the device. So we replaced it with the transconductance amplifier from DigiKey, and now it works. It's just quiet. But so that part of the circuit, turn off these speakers, they're humming at me. That part of the circuit, there are just wires everywhere. I got to get wires away from the mouse so we can follow this thing a little bit and see what's going on. Because it still doesn't work the way that we want it to work. It's very, very quiet. But that goes over to this TLS7 and you can see that there's an output line coming out of here, and the Darlington transistor is, of course, acting upon it. And it acts upon a voltage that's measurable right here. And so it's sort of like pulling it to, I think, positive or something like that. But anyway, it's getting acted upon here. It goes through just a little bit of filtration. It's got a diode there that I guess might be limiting something. I would need to work out the circuit exactly, but it sends that over to the positive input of a non-inverting amplifier. And the non-inverting amplifier comes out here, goes up and over through the capacitor that actually that's not the one we're observing right now, but it will go through a capacitor that sort of blocks the DC elements, comes over to this via where it skips over a couple traces and it goes to this pin right here. Now I have figured out where those things go. Where is that? Where is that? That goes to the output plug. So that's that last little area. Some of the additional components of the amplifier output circuit get damaged too. Values are out of spec. Well, listen, great question. Do you know the answer? Like, it's a very complicated question. Obviously, we're not getting anything on the output here unless I put a proper gate into it. And then our signal is plus minus 2 volts. So it is the same veracity that we get from here. If I do it to VCA, that's the same voltage level as it is there. It is quiet, but it is there. So perhaps the amplification stage is not at fault. And it's just, it's like asking if something is wrong with the synthesizer. Yes, that's why we're here. I don't know about components, though. It's very difficult to measure component to component, and I've done a lot of that. I've done quite a bit of it. I just haven't strictly documented it. But I've done a lot of probing around on these, and it doesn't appear like any of the stuff is specifically wrong. Looks like the kit lights. What is it, Michael? We had to fit one of the cars for the rally that I went on with kit lights. So I bought just a stupid little light kit and just gave it to them straight up like that. I was like, I'm too lazy to make big ones. Here's just a little thing that goes back. It's a little Cylon light. So, like, is this stuff not bright enough? Is there not enough oomph behind it? Because it's creating the waveforms, and the waveforms look like they should. They look like the waveforms that we get from the TB303 repair manual. They're sort of offset in the way that they are, in spite of that weird settling that occurs. You know, and I can alter the decay and the attack and all that stuff. Change the cutoff filter. Add quite a bit of resonance to the whole thing and just make it all crazy. The whole nine. So, that's a funky looking triangle. Yeah, 2 volt peak to peak. That one looks like it's cutting off a little bit even. I turn it down, does it cut off less? Oh no, the volume doesn't affect it. All right, so it might not be the filter. Oh, that's an input. That doesn't do anything. What if we look it out, and I do VCO out into VCA in. That gave us a little bit of a boost, but I don't think that's enough. Let's test it on the speakers. I mean, that gives us a lot more volume. We're still cranked on everything, though. Even that gives us more volume. Huh. This is essentially the audio path that it had before. I mean, yeah, and then if I really want to get crazy, I can start plugging in weird stuff so that I can start... we can actually make musical noise out of it. But what we're dealing with right now is the fact that this thing isn't nearly at the right noise for spec. It's not at the right volume for spec. Boom, boom. It's just about the same thing as... Oh, thanks, Ketchup on Waffles. Yeah, get your sleep, man. I mean the non-gender man when I say that. As a product of the 2000s. Does accent work? Yeah, I was just playing around with it. So everything's still super quiet. I mean, it barely does anything, but I can hear it. Everything seems to, yeah, everything works. And you would think that it would be that last op amp if it were the overall voltage. I'm going to stop this because it's very annoying. You shut up. Sorry. Non-gender person. Man has a gender. No, not if you're saying, hey, man, what's up? That does not have gender to it anymore. anymore. Maybe you used to, but you're like, hey man, what's up? I'll say that to anybody. I don't give a fuck. That's completely non-gender. And if you take insult from me going, hey man, then I don't know what to do. I don't know what to tell you because I'm not gendering you. All right, so we are losing our volume and I'm losing my marbles because both of these things do the same thing. They're extremely quiet. This is the transconductance amplifier. This thing should be getting plus and minus 12 volts. I would love to be able to test that, but in order to do that, I need to plug cables into the bottom PCB that would connect it to the top PCB so that we don't sever it from all of its circuit connections, and I can't quite do that. The only other way that I could do this is through the test points, I guess. We got a test point right there. That one is for pin 4. So this is negative 12 right here. So let's flip this thing on its belly and see if we can measure negative 12 degrees Celsius or whatever the fuck on that pin. Let's do this over here. Let's do this over here, and let's just do that. We're running out of space. Well, actually, what I could do is we'll turn off the scope. We need to have thermals. Thermals is cool. Thermals is like something you don't normally see. Thermals is the ability to see something that human beings normally can't. Human beings can't see voltages, bother. You shut up. What's up, Syphilate? How you doing? Okay, so our test point is, oh God, where is it? I think it's that one. All the way at the bottom. Because I think we're viewing this upside down. Up or down. Yeah, because there's the label that I put on, and that label is on the other side of the board there. So I think, well, that one's to the left. So this one might be the one all the way to the right. The one that I was looking at just then would be, well, there's one there near that. Yeah, that's that one. Okay. So it's this, but flipped is what we're looking at right now. Because it's the smiley face is right here. Yeah, okay. So we're up from the smiley face is the one that we want to test. Where can I get a ground from? I guess I can go to the screw. So from here to the screw. So that's this one. To the screw, negative 12.2. So the op amp is getting the appropriate voltage. If not a little bit more, but I think these op amps can go up to 15. So what else can we test? What other test points do we have? We've got one over here, and this one is the specialty voltage. I forget what it's doing with that one. But yeah, that line is, or is that one just negative 12? I think that's its own sort of voltage. I think that's an internal voltage that the, what do you call it? That the TB303 uses. Where was the one that I don't want? There we go. Okay, so let's try this one to ground. That's, I think, no, there's nothing coming out of it. Yeah, it's just a test point. So we went from there over to here. I don't see no test point. Oh, there it is. Okay, so from this one to ground, 5.3 volts. You guys can't see it. Here, 5.3. 2.3. Oh, Syphilate 8 subbing for 45 months. Hey, Syphilate 8, thank you so much for the subbing. Thank you for subbing. TB303 repair manual. Loading, 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 loading. Okay. So yeah, this is not the M303, but the M303 was based on this circuit. So we can take a lot of cues from this. The TB303 had a lot of crazy stuff going on. One thing we're looking for is some kind of an alternative voltage in this area. And if we, oh, damn it, this one doesn't have a schematic. What is the TB303 schematic? The schematic has notes on it. that I want. TB303 service notes. Cool, 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 cool. That's only part of the schematic, but it is the part that we need, so. So voltage controlled oscillator is in this section. Really the star of the show is these two guys, but it also uses these weirdly activated switches. I guess that's what's turning the wave, one wave into another type of wave. I don't think so. Slide on and off. Okay. These two guys right here are what's really the star of the show. Oh, this one, is this one? No, this one's still running all that stuff all the way out there. D30 and D31. Controlling voltage level. So this one says positive 12 and then 5.5 volts. What we've been getting is a little bit different. We've been getting negative voltage on that one. So that might be a little bit weird. And then on this one, we are pretty much getting this with a slightly more, our pompadour is a little bit more expressed. And then this 5.333 volts. So we got 5.23 something, whatever. So it's just about in spec. That's not too far off of spec. Our two waveforms here are out of spec. And then those get thrown into our filter. And from that, this is something that I don't think I can get, though. From resonance knob. I can't really get to the resonance knob. I can't really do that. Let me see where on the header the resonance knob is. Maybe we can actually. Maybe I can actually measure it on the resonance knob. Envelope, gate, volume, accent, decay. I guess R for resonance. So these pins here, and we want which one? Well, the one that leads back to, that one goes to the VCO, and then this one goes to, it mixes in with another op amp at the voltage controlled amplifier. So if we trace that out, hold on. Why is that? Oh, because I dragged it down like that. So let's see, where? Oh, this one mixes with envelope mod. Does that go to an op amp? Goes to a transistor. Where do you guys go? You go off this way. One of them goes here to a transconductance amplifier, and the other one loops around, and it goes to an op amp. So this might be our VCA right here. So why I replaced this with one of our TL072s that we know works just fine. So could it be that maybe some of the componentry over here has gone wrong? I'm not sure. I don't know if that really would be the case. Maybe a diode could have gone wrong. But we do know that on this header, these two, which one was it that they wanted us to measure? That's not the document. They wanted us to measure words against meaning. No. Always keep those high notes wordless. We want the non-wiper pin, or the one that also goes to that mixer, and then it also comes from the oscillator, and it should look like squiggly lines. To the oscillator here, but it doesn't have another connection on it, which is weird. Do these have double connections? Let's see. So that one goes, no, they go down this way. One of them ends up in this funky town over here. I don't really know where to measure it. Let's just go across all these pins. Let's measure all of these. So these would be the inner board row. So we've got that test points there, and then we go right over to these. Okay, so it's like the opposite of what I'm looking at. Closer to there. So I need to flip it 180 degrees. And so we're going on the top, the row that's, wait, facing me but flipped? Wait, what? Yeah. This is as if I'm viewing it through from the top end. So it's a little bit confusing. So we start on pin 4 and we look at the waveforms that are coming out of it. To do that, I'm going to need channel 2 here, and we'll need to bring a probe into this. Probably should put probes over there. And this thing is currently getting wibbled. Should be wibbling, by all means. Where's my wibble meter? Wibometer? Where is that? Ah, stupid speakers. They fall over way too easily. So we'll put that just in the output over here. Let's get that going. Just so we can see what's going on. I'll give it a lower note. Oh, come on. Cut off. Let's see. There's a weird looking note coming out of this thing. It's not really much to look at. Gate's no different. Shouldn't this open up? That's a little better to look at. Okay, so we go back to this other view. Turn the scope on. All right, so there's our waveform. Channel 2, we've activated. It's going at the same voltage levels. Let's turn this off and get it out of the way. Get a channel 2 probe going. Now, because channel 1 is connected on ground, I don't think we need to connect the ground pin, because it's grounding all of my other probes. I think that's how that works. 1, 2, 3, 4. I see nothing. Check feedback. Feedback is there. 5. This would be the second resistor's fixed pin. This is the wipered pin. Okay, so we're offset at a negative voltage, which is not really what we should be seeing. And then that's just fuzzy positive. Going down the line, see if we see anything familiar. Nope. Maybe a gate signal. Whoa, big envelope. Here. So we're not really seeing what the repair manual would say we should be seeing. Decay, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, so it's all these pins moving in here this way. Oh, you guys can't see. Wait, I'm thinking about it in the other direction. The closest to the edge of the board is over here. So these would be envelope. Envelope was the one that we were just looking at. That is the wrong camera. Okay, so this is envelope. And then this would be lesser of the envelope after going through the knob. And this one is also still envelope, but I guess it's the... Yeah, there's a little bit of envelope on there. So now we get into the resonance, which we're supposed to be seeing as sort of like a decaying... It just doesn't quite... I mean, it looks kind of like it, but not really. Yeah, you can almost see what's going on there. What do we move in from here? So the last two, so these are still resonances. So now that one just goes away. So these are decay. That looks like a decay to me. Why are you still quiet? I'm thinking that the waveform that goes into everything is quiet, and that's what's affecting everybody else. That or we're just not triggering the signals hard enough. Which I don't know if that's the thing, because we're hitting 6 volts. I mean, if we look at the signals that we're putting out, plus minus 4 volts. That's pretty significant for a control voltage, right? I don't know what is expected to go into the Acid Labs device, though. And I could cook it a little harder, but it seems that when we're in gate mode, this still works. So if I go over to gate mode, that works. I don't know what this sounds like. It's probably very annoying. Yeah, I know it's supposed to be, well, but that's the thing is like, we're plus minus 6 volts on the gate. If it works in gate mode, then the voltage of OC is fine. Damn it. So it's something in the actual unit itself. Why is there not enough signal here? Why is VCO out not producing enough signal? Did one of the capacitors break? Possibly a diode along the path? I do have a bunch of the circuit in Fusion. We're not opening AutoCAD today. I'm working in another computer with it, but it's all this stuff over here. You know, there's transistors facing transistors in that fashion. And yeah, the output VCO out comes from here. Whoops, comes from here. Then there's the selector switch for what waveform you want, and that's coming from these circuits here. Could it be this? Could it be the singular op amp on that VCO out? Because that VCO out feeds everything else directly. So if there isn't enough signal level coming from something like this that gets V plus and V minus, well, V plus and is that ground? And that's being fed. Maybe if I replace this TLO74, is this actually a TLO74? We said 074. It could be any of a number of op amps if it's been scratched off. I didn't replace this one on the other unit, but if it is a volume problem, this seems to be a place to drop in on it. And there's a couple test points here that we can maybe look at as well. Let's see what some of these test points are doing. Ground to center the signal, and the floating is an indicator that the amp is sad. Could be. Yeah, that could be. And since these are in the area of all the other components that break, they probably would have gotten reverse voltages as well, depending on how the thing was plugged in. So it's possible that in both units, that op amp has gone bad, and it's just not mentioned as one of the typical culprits. But there's also the singular op amp over here that's kind of a difficult one, too. I don't think I have any of these on hand. Let's check real quick. I think I have some cursed amps. But yeah, I mean, maybe well, could it also be an indicator that a capacitor is sad? Thermistor, load cell, resonator, crystal. Resonator crystal. I have a lot of instrumentation amplifiers from my days in doing the brain scanner. Too bad they don't translate very well, the instrumentation amplifiers. Single op amp, but that's in an SO8. Single SOT23i LM321. So I do have a singular op amp, but the LM321 might be different. Let's look that up. Where's my browser page? Why can't my computer just figure out what I'm looking for? LM321. No. Performance and economy to low power systems. Oh. 5 volts. Oh, wide supply voltage, 3 to 32. That ain't my card. Wait, yeah, it is. V plus, in and out, like that. Yeah, that's correct. That's us. Is that an LM321? I will replace that right now, and I won't even think about it. I won't even look back. I won't even feel bad. I'll feel nothing. Used to work with explosives. No, although for one court case I did. No, it was the things that set off the explosives we did work with. I know that's being pedantic, but what do you want? It's an engineering stream. Of course we're going to be pedantic. We'd basically get sent the stuff that was left over, and we didn't have to go through any horrible stuff. Although there were a few cases where we did have to go through some horrible stuff, but we didn't have to go through anything horrible. We were just sent the electronics, and we had to characterize them and write a report. We had to write a book report on how the device goes off and all the steps that lead up to that, and then all the RF stuff about it, and then like a whole full engineering breakdown, and then compare it to other models. See how it stacks up to the competition. There's a very boring article that's very hard to find these days because this is like, it's going to be 20 years soon. This is like 10, 15 years doing this. It's called Left of Boom. And I forget who wrote it, and I've only ever read a photocopy of it. There was one source of it online, but that explains what the whole effort was. Operating with single or dual power supply voltage, true differential inputs remains linear. Let's just pull it out and put a new one in there. Let's whip it out and just let everybody see it for all of its glory outside of the electronics components, and see if this was in fact where everything blowed up. Because at this point, we're seeing that the oscillator is not as loud as we want it to be, and it's fed from this thing. So there used to be a blasting technician in the mines. That's interesting. Those are going to be wildly different scenarios that are probably accomplishing the same goal, which is flipping a switch at a distance. All right, let's turn this off. We're doing modular synthesizer stuff, which is not really similar, although interestingly enough, when Dave and Julian explained to me how to operate modular synthesizers, boy, oh boy, does it sound a lot like radio frequency stuff. It sounds like RF electronics and all the different kind of modulating and attenuating that you would do inside of a radio system. It says if you apply that to that, then it sweeps across this. And I'm like, dude, I took classes in this. Like, you sound a whole lot like you know something about RF. And then he's like, no. Voltage controlled amplifiers and oscillators and things like that are very much analog radio. Yeah. So we're going to take out that LM32. Well, we're hoping that it's compatible with an LM324, because I'm putting an LM324 in there, and that's a 32 volt maximum device. So I think it can take plus and minus 12, because that's 24 volts. The differential input voltage may be larger than V plus without damaging the device. Protection should be provided to prevent the input voltages from going negative more than 0.3 volt DC. What? Wait a minute. Huh? What? Huh? Wait a minute. Hold on, wait. Thermals is the exclamation point thermals, and it'll explain what I'm using. Am I not allowed to give you a negative voltage? Can I not just give you a negative? Single or dual supply. There we go. Okay. True differential inputs and has linear mode with an input common mode voltage of 0 volt DC. The amplifier operates over a wide range of power supply voltages, etc., etc. I don't know. LM324 looks like as generic of a an op amp as you can get. So I think maybe we're good. I'm going to put it in and see what happens. I've said that before, but not to you. All right, where's that stand? Where did I put the stand? An enemy stand. Oh, there it is. It's way over there. Way over there. We're going to use hot air again because these SOT235s are annoying. He could look like anyone. I hope this is it for both of them. Just this one op amp acting a fool, because it'd be pretty nice if we got to the bottom of this thing finally. We've been working on this thing for months. I've been reverse engineering it on the side using some techniques. Basically, the big takeaway from this project for anyone out there who's curious about how you reverse engineer something is by immersing yourself in it completely and learning every single last facet of the device down to its bones. You really need to become an expert in that device. And once you are, you can then tear your hair out trying to get into individual parts of that device in order to reverse engineer it. And really, like, what makes it up? Why did they build it? You really need to be like a very much an expert in the design itself. And that's just, I don't know, it's ingrained in how I work on this stuff. You guys can see it by the way I'm sort of going through this on multiple different facets at once. And so looking at it and looking at the output levels not being high enough, I'm thinking about, well, what is the last stage of all of this stuff? And it seems like it's going through, you know, we've kind of narrowed it down today by looking at the different stages and bypassing them and trying to figure out who's not giving us the oomph. And it appears as though we're not getting the oomph out of the amplifier. So this is the last stage of the amplifier. It's near all the stuff that we replaced. Like we replaced this thing, we replaced that 22 ohm resistor. I believe we left some of these things in there, but yeah, so like a lot of these components we've put in new ones, and we're just not getting the performance out of it we think we should. Well, this thing is right near all of that, and it is a operational amplifier, C397. Let's look up C397 and see if that leads us to something compatible to LM321. C397 SOT235. That looks familiar. LM397, huh? What makes the LM397 different from my LM321? LM397 operational amplifier. Single general purpose operational amplifier. Single voltage comparator with an input common mode that includes ground. The LM397 is designed to operate from a single 5 volt to 30 volt power supply or split power supply. Low supply current, virtually independent of magnitude of the supply voltage. Features open collector output stage. This allows the connection of an external resistor at the output. The output can directly interface with TTL CMOS. We don't care about that. It kind of looks like, you know, the same thing. I think it operates in the same ranges. Although our LM321, I believe, has a slightly larger operational range. But they look pretty compatible. It's just an op amp. Okay, well, we're putting this one in there. We're going to put this one in there because it's just what I have. And I'll hold on to the old one just in case it's, you know, not broken. Because clearly it's okay, but something weird's going on where it does kind of this zero shift. So let's get a little bit of flux on the pins, and we'll get the hot air in here, and we'll get it out. I do wish I had a different angle on this third light. The third light, you got to have 3 points of light on stuff so you don't have heavy shadows. But this third light leaves a little bit to be desired when it comes to my hand's shadow. My hand will get in the way of it. I need to do like a Jim Henson where I sit under the table and I manipulate everything using really long rods connected to everything. So I'll have just a bunch of tools floating in the air, and then my lighting won't get disturbed by my corporeal opaque body. Color temperature right. Oh, that looks great. Okay, well, I didn't think I'd be doing it, but the hot air comes back out. Give me hot air. Yes, good. Yes. Unity brand of instruments. I don't know the first thing about that. No. You guys ask me some real complicated stuff sometimes, and I'll tell you, like, I kind of live in my own little bubble. You'll see me talk about the tools that I use, and that's pretty much all I know about. Because I had some very professional jobs doing on-the-fly circuit stuff. Like on-the-fly circuit stuff. And so, yeah. I do on-the-fly circuit stuff now on an individual basis, and I use the same types of tools. So I haven't really branched out and looked for, you know, like, I know like nothing about manufacturing at this point. I know nothing. People out there looking to manufacture stuff, I can't help you. I do not want to get that header too hot. I don't want to melt the header. There we go. That worked well. All right, now I'm going to put this in a special place over here. Oh, so every shop that I've worked for, every single electronics joint had a tweezer-based soldering iron. And every single one had it parked in the corner collecting dust. And I said, what about that? And they said, no, you don't need that. Don't worry about that. That's stupid. It is a monotasker. Much like Alton Brown, monotaskers around here sit on the shelf. They don't do anything. You spend all that money on a specialty tool, you only need to do that if you're removing resistors every single day of the week. I mean, this thing would have come out with that. Yeah, it would have. But I would have had to get it, plug it in, let it heat up. That's not that big of a deal. But then, you know, get it over, do the thing, blah, blah, blah. I have a hot air gun. I just, blah, 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 blah. You saw how easy that was. Yeah, it's not, I mean, I'm not as against unitaskers, but at the same time, my space is of a premium, and my money is of a premium, and those things are expensive. They're, you know, the pace station, I can easily plug one of those in, but yeah, if it's a small component, if it's a small component that has two sides that are easy to get to, it could be very useful. Even removing ICs, you could load it up with solder and then pinch your way across until it comes off. But at the same time, like, I can use hot air to do that, and the hot air station is more versatile. It does more stuff than just the tweezers. Every shop that I've looked at has them collecting dust. And maybe they're just barely in the category of things that collect dust at a shop like that, but that doesn't change the fact that nobody uses them for anything. So yeah, I have a little trepidation about that, but you know, hey, other people probably have great experiences with them. They probably use them all the time. Hot air stations can dry wet hair in oddly specific locations. This is 500 degrees Celsius air coming out of this thing. It's not to be pointed at a human body in any capacity. No way. Absolutely not. Yeah, I mean, Octoj and I looked into the tweezer irons quite a bit. We looked into that, and obviously you don't know that, but the temptation is extreme. All right, so we clean this up, and then we put our op amp in there, and then this thing gloriously works again to its full capacity, and everybody gets a turkey, and we all become billionaires. I need heat. Use 200 for heat shrink. What temperature melts hair? I don't know. I don't want to know. I don't want to know the answer to that question. Well, then what's the ignition point of hair? Yeah, I guess you can't have molten hair. The wedge tip is okay. This one's very general purpose. Yeah, I mean, the biggest tip that you can tolerate soldering with is always the best, because you want a lot of heat, and you want to be able to give all that heat in a very short amount of time, so that you're not exposing things to too much. It's the opposite of hot air. With hot air, you want to subtly apply heat so that everybody heats up the same. With the iron, you want a lot of heat suddenly so that you don't heat up a lot of the stuff in the area. It's a little counterintuitive. Let's see how this works. Oh, I haven't picked it up the right way, and then I dropped it. A63A? What kind of hedonistic bullshit is this? Who is this doing this symphatic type of alpha beta psychedelic funkin'? Science out the science of it. Yeah, I feel like you would have a very bad time with 500 degrees Celsius air. And I'm not UO's lab. I'm not going to put that to the test. I'm not going to fill my one area of this house that has everything that I own and care about with burnt hair smell for the sake of a Twitch comment. I have done worse, but really I have my limits. I have my limitations. All right. If you want to see someone go risk life and limb for their stream, go watch UO's lab. Got way more people watching than me. We're just trying to make fun noises with cool electronics. And then at some point we'll game a little bit more. No. That big tip was perfect for that. It's just the amount of control that I have over it. I do have pointier tips, but they have trouble getting heat into a joint like that. The best that I would do is probably the pencil tip, but then I've also got the really sharp pencil tips too. No, the small wedge is really good at doing a lot of different things. Looks like you're soldering with a crowbar. Well, I mean, I soldered it perfectly fine, so. Gordon Freeman also works with a crowbar. You think about that? I need to do the abiotic factor DLC still. I think I'm just about there. Or to boot up that game again. This is a Pace ADS-200 with AccuDrive. It's one of these soldering irons where you spend $300, $400, and then you never have to buy a soldering iron ever again, because it just always works. And also changing the tips on that thing is brilliant. You just rip out a tip, throw it at your coworker, and then shove another tip in there. And it instantly heats up. I don't know why I'm doing all the screws, because we're going to be looking at the next op amp up the lane and replacing that one in a minute when this doesn't work. My only concern with this is that the repairs were said you have to do it all at once, otherwise the broken items are going to break the other stuff down the line. Now we're doing something different. This thing works. It just doesn't output as much as we'd like it to. I don't think that's a cascade, you know, the whisper down the lane of breaking stuff. I don't think that the thing that's broken is breaking other stuff. I don't know. I don't think that's the case. We're just not getting the output that we thought we should. I don't think things will further break. That's the most frustrating thing that this could do, is if we repair something and then repair something else, and then that something else that's not quite repaired breaks to something else, and you keep going through this cycle unaware of the fact that the stuff that you repaired isn't fully repaired. I don't know how to explain this, but it's one of the more frustrating things that you can run into with a bad circuit. It's like, you fool, I hid in the other broken electronics and you were unable to find me. We're getting better at this, though, thanks to Dave's sacrifice. This is Dave's 303 that we're working on right now. Actually, wait, is it? No, we're working on the user that sent in their 303. Yeah, the circle of frustration. So the other person who sent me this 303, very, very cool, saying there really is no rush, and it's okay if you don't fix it, because they really do have no other options. There's a Reddit thread. There's a thread on Reddit where people are talking about the M303s. There's a lot of people in that thread with broken M303s. Unfortunately, they will not be able to find my stream because my Reddit account was hacked. It was completely freaking hacked. I'm so angry. It got hacked and then banned. So, unfortunately, I couldn't hop in there and say, hey, I'm like trying to fix these things on my stream. And then they go banned for self-promotion. We're going to hemispheres. Try to do something that'll, come on, jog the frame rate back. Ugh. Stupid thing. The refresh rate sucks on this thing. I wish it was higher. It's good for the human eyeballs, but not for you guys watching. All right, there's that one. This one. Take it over to shape now. This one. So now our last channel is gate, and then our scope is showing nothing. Seeing little somethings, but okay, so nothing has changed. We're in gate mode. Volumes are all the way up. Whoa, what the? The component we just put in heating up a lot? No, that's where the heat normally pools in here. Yeah, this is where it normally gets warm. Was that amp just completely incompatible with what's going on here? Because look at that, we get the settling in, but what we don't get is the waveform. The waveform is gone. That's hilarious. Okay, fine. I'm just looking at the VCO out, so that should be giving us like waveforms and stuff. Really? So, okay, so the LM321 is not compatible. It didn't like those frequencies. LM397 versus LM321. .321 front end on the DAC on my MCU. I'm looking for the gain of 1. LMV321, not LM321. I just wrote LM321 on this thing. LM321 need alternative. 321, 321, 321, 321, SAT23, information 321, blah, blah, blah. We're looking for LM39, so Control F 397. Nobody suggests it. Why? What did I miss? 5 to 30, 3 to 32. Common mode. And they seem, the specs on them, at least in terms of what they allow in and out, seem comparable. What about the positive input on 1? Oh, wait a minute. V plus and V minus are flipped. LED Christmas lights and car headlights that have very high flicker rate. Yeah, when you move your eyes, you can see them. Okay, so I need to order some. I need to order more parts. Chad, I need to. I said you'd see a grown man cry today, and I was right. Son of a bitch. Look, the behavior that we're seeing, though, to be fair, when we flip from wave to wave, seems not to be too far off of what we already have. If it's doing that anyway, when I flip the switch, maybe it's not this component. LM397 we need to order. Can I just get them off of Amazon? LM397 is fairly common. Yeah, no. That's not getting here soon enough. I know, we're going to end up... No. Yeah, the surface mount ones always have like a premium weight on them. 26, 27, 18. 2-day and they're all through hole. Not enough stuff to order from DigiKey either. I mean, the only other thing I could do is trying like eBay, because then they would, well, but then they're going to charge a lot for shipping. DigiKey, oh, it did not. DigiKey is going to charge me like $5 for small order shipping. My dog is just barking at whatever. Sort by. Closest. Free delivery in 2 to 4 days. Does that mean it ships in 2 to 4? That's $10 for one? Are you kidding me? One piece. I know you're backed up against the wall if you're ordering from me. That'll be $9. 50 for 40. 17 for 5. 5 for 5 from Canada. That's gonna wait. That's gonna take. It's gonna take a little while. What is 5 days from now? The world's over. Hey, Copper, what's up? We're moving up the line in terms of what we're repairing here. I'm finding more stuff that needs to be replaced, and so I'm trying to source a particular op amp. 2,000 miles away, huh? 5 for $4. No, this is getting too nitpicky. Maybe I'll go to Amazon and we can just wait it out, I guess. But I don't even know if this is going to fix it. Is it shipping from the Newfies? Newfoundland. Oh my God, I said that and the dog went boo, woo, 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 at the door. I guess it's that time of day when people start walking their dogs. Yeah. Okay, so we need to source this. In the event that that's not the problem, where this goes next is essentially over here to this block of 4 op amps. Now, this is a TL074, if I recall correctly. Yeah, we're looking on that. Oh, we can't see it right now, actually, so we have to go from here. Yeah, 074 I've written in my notes right here. So this is a TL074. I have some of these. I have some of these sitting in bins. Let's just double check, because it would make a proper order if I actually needed. How's streaming going? Not great. It's been fine in terms of what we've been doing, and our spirits are high. It's just whatever I try with these fucking cursed M303s, none of it works. Like, nothing I try works with these things. So what I can do is I can order parts, and then we'll work on the power supply. And by the time we get the power supply done, the parts should be in. I have so many parts. When we can figure out what question mark users M303 has got going on for it, when we finally replace that one part that will enable us to get the right voltage output from the M303, because we figured at this point it's something upstream. If I take this, the oscillator output, and I plug it into other parts of the synthesizer, it doesn't enhance the levels at all. So none of the stuff down the stream from the oscillator is doing anything. That's where this quad op amp and the singular op amp come into play. The singular op amp is the one last stop for that waveform. And of course, we have, unfortunately, swapped positive and negative with this part that we put in and completely disabled it. So when I flip the switch, there's a little spike, and then it sort of decays back down to 0. That might mean one of two things. Either something in that circuit is wrong and it shouldn't do that, or that's exactly what it's supposed to do, and maybe we just had an op amp that was a little weak. And so what I'm doing is I'm looking at the components around here. I really hope the transistor doesn't need to be changed. That would be very annoying. But I thought maybe it was this thing, because this gets plus and minus voltage pretty much directly, and this is right nearby it, and this is one of the parts that explodes when you put things in backwards. So it's possible that this part and this part are the ones that we need to be replacing, because these are responsible for the end stage amplification of the oscillation and putting it out to the outside world for the plugs on the front. Which they're not parts that I stock. Well, this one is, but this one isn't a part that I stock. So, and the evidence of the waveform jumping like that might mean that the op amp is not happy, although I don't know that for sure. I'm not sure if that's a thing. What a pain in the butt. Let's see, we got a little bit of time. Maybe I can put the other chip back in. I can put the op amp back in, and then we can replace the TL074, because I know I've got those. We'll see what that does. Other than that, I mean, I guess it could be something else in the circuit, but I'm not really sure what else it could be at this point without a full reverse engineer. What's up, Carabos Bane? I'm sort of back against the wall because I don't have any experience working with these, and I haven't been able to observe one that works. If anybody knows somebody with an M303 that works, I would love to take a look at it non-destructively. These M303s are frustrating the hell out of me, Carvos. That's what's going on. We've tried quite a bit of stuff today, and we've sort of isolated the problem. But the problem is we've isolated the problem into a very complicated area of the M303. And that complicated area is tough for me to troubleshoot with my zero experience. I have no experience. I don't know what's going on. I don't know where I am right now. Let's grab this stand again. I guess the advantage of this stand is that it gets me up off of the desktop surface. But if my desktop surface is this messy, I really shouldn't be doing things with hot air and stuff. I can't believe that this op amp would have been fine. This op amp would have been totally fine, but it puts the plus and the minus in opposite areas. How frustrating. Yeah, I don't think I like this thing at all. I think I need to get one of the desktop ones. Okay, so we're doing the same thing with a hot air gun. I didn't clean flux off, so everything should be still there and operable. And I didn't even move the hot air gun away as things get a little tighter and tighter over here. If we could reverse those two pins, then this thing would be proper. But I can't flip it over. I can't exactly do bypasses on it. Whoa. This never goes well for me, but I'll try it. Oh, come on. I hate it when it does that. I go to flip it over, and then it just flips itself back. Oh, stop it. Please. Try to catch it on something. Oh, come on. There it is. So I guess I'll order more of these tonight, and they'll eventually get here. It's been quite a trip. I'm probably going to be able to build one of these myself when all is said and done. Ta-da. I mean, it's a little off. It's a little bonkers, but that'll be okay. I just clean it up like this. All right, so now that's back in there. We're going to replace this TL074. Let's make sure I got one. Yep, a couple of them. Actually, I only have a couple of them. I may need to order some. I should just go by the pictures that I've taken and resolder everything. Wait, 064C. What? 4016. Which I do have another one for Dave's thing. HEF 4016. This is an 064C? Double check on what that part is. Low power JFET quad op. What's the difference? Plus minus 18, plus minus 15. Thermals, blah, 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 short temperature. I only have an 074, and then the other ones I have are like operational. They're like, they're instrumentation amplifiers. SB6002. LT1494CM-S8. That doesn't sound very promising. So it's TL074 versus TL064. That's exactly my question. I built an edge, blah, 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 blah. They both use the same standard quad-on pinout configuration. The 074 is a better noise rating than the 064, better slew rate, but they're interchangeable. They used a lot of Behringer pedals. They're quite perceptibly noisier when consuming less current. Huh. The Emperor is wearing new clothes. These fucking nerds, I'll tell you something. What? On a non-logged in computer, you're on the front page on the other streaming site. For me, in a browser where I searched up the channel. What? Perhaps a little underkind. I have permanent hissing in my ears. All op amps sound the same to me. All right. They're definitely noisier. However, many circuits are poorly designed from a noise point of view, so people's opinions will vary. 500K volume pot will produce just as much noise as the noisy TL05X. The TL06X has a JFET input stage, so in high impedance circuits, the TL06X can easily be quite bipolar op amps. So I'm gonna put a TL07 in here, and we're gonna put the TL064 to the side because maybe it got a little bit damaged somewhere. Man, audio people are just intolerable. Fucking weirdos. It just grates on you. Actually, little boy, you may not know what noise is, but I've spent 10,000 years working with these, and the noise is... Shut up. Shut the fuck up. Oh my God. We'll put it in. We'll see if it's like, oh my God, it looks like static electricity. He was right. It is noisier. Well, like the TL074 is fine for a lot of different purposes, especially when you're dealing with control voltages. This is oscillating and just amplifying stuff like that. And it's just fucking frequencies, man. Noise is that annoying sound audio experts make when they open their mouths. It's true. Man, not everything can be instrumentation, you know? Yeah, exactly. So you need a resonance chamber, and that all that money is taking up your resonance chamber. It's damping the sounds. Okay, so this is enough pins that I'm gonna actually do the full 9 on this thing. Desoldering braid. I'm a live sound engineer and we're annoying as heck. I'm just really pissed off at this M303. I wish I could get these things running. I feel completely inept. It's just I'm falling down this spiral of not being able to get this thing running at all. For the complexity of what we've tried and what I've attempted, this is usually where some other fucking engineer will come in here and belittle me and all of my effort and go, oh, actually, you need to do this. It's really easy. You're just dumb. I've had that happen before a lot, where they kind of lord it over you. But I've been putting my all into this and not really getting any results. So if I seem prickly, which I don't think I do, that's why. Exactly. Yeah, I mean, mostly it's like Did you try this? Yes. Did you try that? Yes. Try this other thing? Yes. I've tried everything. And they're like, why don't you just use this schematic? It's like, well, because that's the schematic, but it's not the exact schematic. That's not the exact schematic. Different. You need to train for 100 years to match me, dreamer. This is how we get experience, though, by doing stuff like this. I mean, what is going on with this one pin? It's like not cooperating. There we go. It's because it's on this floaty piece of crap. I gotta get one of those metal circuit board vices, the flat ones the ones that flip sat that sit flat against the desk. I'm getting rattled by my own ineptitude. Why, it moved at the last minute. What the heck? My wrist is in a fairly uncomfortable position. Okay, there we go. What the? Okay, calm. We're calm. I'm calm. Oh, it's the iron's hitting up against the pin header and it's lifting the iron up. That's what was going on. Holding my hands out like this, you can see that I'm using my pinky finger to anchor myself down. And then the iron turns off. It turned into IntelliHeat mode. Jeez. Arms are tired. All right, so let's try this. Let's get the rest of this thing in here. I had to rest my hands a little bit because I had to hold them way up to get to the pins using this vise. Vise is not all that it's cracked up to be, even after we repaired it. Was that floating above? No, I think that was okay. I had to add a lot of solder to it. So just barely any solder on these. You don't need a lot. Barely any. Let's just make sure those are fully down. There we go. What I'm trying to do is heat the pad and not the pin, but you kind of do both at once. I'm kind of doing both at once just to make it quick. There you go. All right, so this is TL074 where TL072 once sat. All the audio files, cover your ears, for there might be slight additional noise in the circuit. But I don't think these things are being used to within an inch of their lives, so I think a TL074 might be okay. And if it's not, I will order some TL064s. I'll see how available those are. And we'll add that to the next order. Now the other parts that I got in the mail are for Dave's 303. We haven't gotten to Dave's 303 because I wanted to fix the one that's less broken first. Then I'll know a little bit more about how a non-broken one works. I've experienced with the guitar amp in a relative's attic when I was a kid, except the zap came from literally any bit of metal in the amp. Oh, that's this includes guitar strings. Ugh. The guy I work with me asks me all the time, how'd you know how to do that? And I keep telling them I break a lot of shit, and I don't like to admit that I fixed it. Exactly. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of times where I'm like, wait, why does that feel like that? And it's because I'm touching something that's connected to ground with my human body, my delicate human body, and the soldering iron tip for some reason is also providing a ground to something that's feeding a bunch of voltage into me. But I would very much like to observe one of the M303s that is not broken. I think the only way that I'm going to be able to do that is by fixing one. There's no way somebody's going to trust me with their non-broken M303, and I don't expect that anyway. Things that make you go, ah, ah. Involuntary dance moves. The only involuntary dance moves that I've done is from a laser tube. I had a helium, I don't know where that one is. I think that one's broken, but I had a helium neon laser tube. And the thing about helium neon laser tubes, they are high voltage neon lamps. Big neon lamps. They're big, like the size of your arm, your forearm sized, right? For just a very weak little laser. And so the neon lamp runs on extremely high voltage, and it has an anode and a cathode. And the thing about glass and neon gas and ass, nobody rides for free, is that it builds up a big static charge when you're using it. And so when you unplug the thing, that tube still has an enormous static charge on it. And so as you are working with your laser, oftentimes on a very messy desk, who'd ever have a messy desk? Anyway, on a messy desk, sometimes you have to unplug it. You have to unplug the bare laser, and you have to wiggle stuff around and move stuff. So I was doing this, and then I was going to move the laser tube, so go to grab the laser tube, and I hit both ends of it, and I got a beautiful little static shock right up across my heart. What that does is that makes all the muscles in your forearms and stuff tense up, and so you immediately throw the laser tube and go, what the fuck just, because you feel like you just got hit by a car, so you just blah. And so throwing a giant glass tube is not recommended handling of such things. It did not break. I was very lucky in the fact that the desk was very close to where I was throwing it from, but it feels like getting looked at by Chuck Norris. I don't know, Chuck Norris isn't that great of a guy from what I hear. He just got all the internet memes. All right, let's power this thing up and see if it explodes. So far, so good. Main menu, hemisphere, this side. And go to this side. I think it's back 2. Yeah, back 3. And then change this waveform. To that. So that we have a gate signal coming out of, I think it's this one. Put that into gate in. Put this into CV in. And then we plug the speakers. Well, actually, we should be looking at it on the scope. So this is our output here. That is not much louder than it was before. Well, at least it works now. So what happens if I change the waveform? It looks like it does the same settling thing. Whoa. Well, it settles a lot faster than it did before. And look at all that noise. Look at how awful and noisy it is. Oh my God, it's so freaking noisy. Look at how noisy that is. It's disgusting. This disgusting noise. There's no noise. It's actually a very clean waveform. That's an extremely clean waveform. Look at how clean that is. Oh, whoops, that's, sorry, hold on. That could not be a cleaner waveform. So if I do this to the output, what do we get? It really should be more cooked than this, though. I mean, like, that's an okay amount, but it's not what we're looking for. We're looking for way higher voltages than this. So I think this would be considered to be quiet. And this is directly out of the oscillator. Here's right out of the output. And it's not amplification stage, I don't think. If I had another oscillator, if I took my other oscillator and we hooked it up to this whole setup, we could see what size the waveform should be when I insert it into the earliest stage after the oscillator, which would be the voltage-controlled filter. So the VCO out is here, VCFC V in is where we'd put in our own, and then we'd be able to see this thing operating at full. I think I still have a lot of investigation to do with this thing to get this functioning. I shouldn't be able to plug the speakers in directly to the output like I'm about to. That should blow up my speakers. Instead, it's just a little bit hot on the speakers. Now, if I up the tempo on that, we've got ourselves a drum line. There it is. There's the squelching. There's your characteristic M303 soundscape. Man, whatever this filter is fun. I don't know which one that is, because the cutoff is the cutoff and resonance are the ladder filter. Huh, neat. Okay, well, we didn't solve anything. I don't think we solved anything. I think we might have gotten just a little bit of extra oomph out of the thing by putting in the TL074. But this doesn't look a lot more cooked than it was before. And then the settling voltage levels are also still present. Actually, they're taking about the same amount of time to settle out as they were before. So something else is wrong. How much further up the chain can we go with this? It seems like the LM397 is not default here, huh? Ebb and low F can go to audio rates in O of C. Ebb and low F. Is that part of hemispheres? Because this is, while it is UO of C, we're using hemispheres right now in order to do various tasks. I don't know what any of it does. I don't know what any of this one does, though. So I don't think it's because we have it on gate right now. So it is just gating the signal, but the CV shouldn't affect, all that's going to do is affect what note is coming out of this thing. If I put this on the output. Oh, great. Where's my triangle wave? Oh God, resonance is not the answer. Shouldn't this just be a gated triangle wave, though? A triangle wave isn't surviving the process. Oh, this will go all the way up. Okay. Let's see about that. So, oh, that's going to be a lot of turning of a knob. Filter in. What's a good audio rate? 30 hertz? 40? Yeah, I can see 40 a little bit. So we're taking the VCO out of the equation. That's not doing anything right now. There's a amplifier output. I think this will still be pretty quiet. Yeah. Okay, so berm, berm, berm. Same result. Oh god, it's so chirpy. The crime is a signal generator. This is Ornaments and Crimes. It's called Micro Ornaments and Crimes. It's using a Teensy 3.1 to run applications. And so the application in this instance is called Hemispheres. Hemispheres has two halves of the unit doing two different tasks, and they're alterable by the inputs, but then they're outputting on the four plugs on the bottom here. So in this case, two of them are doing a waveform, and the other two are doing a control voltage that goes up and down, and this one's doing just a sudden signal level. So right now I've got this thing in voltage controlled amplifier mode. When I plug this into the oscilloscope output, you can see that we've got a voltage level that alters based on when this thing hits. And so that frequency is coming from this side, and then the thing hitting it is coming from the other. If I put it into the ramp, it does that. But if I put it into gate mode, that doesn't really activate the gate mode. You can kind of see it activated a little bit, but then the square wave will activate the gate mode, and that's what has sort of the accent and decay knobs doing its thing. Well, that decay is not doing as much as I thought it would. The envelope, I guess. No envelope? Huh. But I'm going into the voltage controlled filter, so I'm able to put it through the rest of the audio stages and try to alter it. It's only one frequency. It's not a changing frequency. So there's not a ton that I can do to alter it. Yeah, I can filter it more or less, but I don't think it's as one singular frequency. It's not going to look like a whole lot. The thing is, like, so what does this look like on the output? 0 to 6 volts. That would be plus minus 3 volts as an output. Is that okay, or is that kind of quiet for a modular synthesizer? I'm wondering what the output of the M303 is supposed to be. Because as I see it right now, it's super duper quiet. It's only plus minus about 2 volts coming out of the thing. But if that's audio spec, then nothing's wrong, and we've been replacing stuff for nothing. That's the problem, is I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. It's plus minus, well, it's plus minus 2. It's not quite as hot as we would want it to be. But that might just because of some of the other stuff here, like the adjustments. That doesn't look like it is. And then the question is, what is keeping that audio level down? Why is it so quiet? Not in hemispheres. We don't care about hemispheres. Is fine. Fold 0. I don't know. Yeah, this says it's at level 100. Can't go above that. Lower it. Does it cause crime waves? How fucking dare you? Yeah, I don't know if crimes shouldn't be quiet. Maybe that is just a fine signal. Okay, so part of the problem is that I don't know what the hell I'm talking about, and I don't know what a working M303 outputs. I don't know what it does. So maybe that's something that I need to look up in the interim. That's what I'll spend my Wednesday on before I end up replacing every single part in this thing. I have the other amplifier right here, the other surface mount amplifier right here. I'm going to put it somewhere where I cannot forget about it. Where is that? Where would that be? Let me tape it to the back of the unit. I'll wrap it up in a little bit of Captain tape, and I'll just tape it in my shoe. Oh, that's good. That's a good place. That's a very good place. Do the those online modular synthesizer things, do they give you like an oscilloscope that has voltages on it? No, that's not famous last words. Taping this to the back of the unit means that it'll be on the back of the unit. I mean, the Captain tape is pretty damn good. We sent it to the moon on the rover. Just go right there. Well, there's a giant spark when I do that. There we go. So now that chip is where it needs to be. Yeah, because I need to figure out whether or not I need to order new parts or if it's something else that we did. I don't think it's something because like we've done everything right. We did everything right. I would like to learn that the voltage levels coming out of that thing are totally normal, and it's actually, I can blame Dave for coming at me about the audio level. But I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. I think something insidious is wrong with both of these still. Oh, most the tape you actually buy isn't the same stuff that they sent to the moon. I don't know why it would be something different. I'm sure maybe they have a version of it that isn't adhesive or something. I don't know. Because they wrap those wiring harnesses in what is clearly Captain tape. It might be thinner or thicker, but it's, I don't know. It's so similarly orange. I don't know why I wouldn't trust them. Copper, that's so far and away different from what we're talking about right now that I don't know why you asked me that. What? How should I know? I have. It's just derailing. I can't even. Why would you ask me that? I don't fucking know. Jeez. All right. That said, that your question was so out of left field that I'm just gonna end stream. What the hell? No, I don't know if anything like that exists. I know that they've been using FPGAs for a while to emulate the entire processor of consoles, but I don't know anything beyond that because I don't know anything about that stuff. It's just what is that? Why me? I don't know this shit. I can't memorize this shit. Okay, listen, I'm done for the day. I'm going to be back on Thursday, so you can catch me then. I know Gonad is here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he's not streaming. Rabaz might be doing game dev, but the last time I rated him, he completely missed it, like 100%. Whoa. What? Wow, everything froze when I went to scratch my forehead. Oh, you slept around a corner? Yeah, that happens sometimes. Should I knock on Tomato's stream? What do you think would happen? Do you think, first of all, he would not notice because he doesn't look at the interface on Twitch when he streams. Neither do I. So if anybody knocks on my stream, I'm just not going to know. Yeah, that's a Discord question for sure. Robert's doing late homework. Oh, he's going to get sucked into that game. It's a very Robert-y kind of game. Let's see. John Beta's on. Escape from Tarkov, though. I don't like it. Oh, and Davies is doing another golf game. Gina? Is Gina on? I don't think I have Gina on my list. All right. No, I'm not going to go through the trouble because that means I need to stay there for like 2 minutes. And the person, you know, oh, thank you for the raid. And you go, oh, no problem. What were you guys doing? I was hanging out. Oh, wait, bother, stay. And I'm like, I gotta go. So I'm gonna go raid. I'm gonna go raid the dog. No, I'm gonna go walk the dog. Maybe we'll raid somebody's house. There'll be a home invasion. And I will catch you guys on Thursday. I'll be on Discord. Nobody minds if you bail out of raids. I mean, you know, I know, but I'm overly polite. So we'll be back in 1 day, 19 hours, and 48 minutes and 14 seconds if everyone's still around. And unless Fat bans me, he might. But anyway, I'll be back, and we're gonna work on something different. Maybe we'll continue to poke away at this because I still don't have all the answers that I want. I'm gonna try to get the answers and come back, and we'll see if we can figure out what's going on because it feels like I fixed it, right? But it's just not. There's no audio. I don't understand. Very frustrating, and I hate to keep going through the same stuff with you guys, but we got to fix these. So otherwise, I've been working on the module testing module. We might do that, but I will see you guys on Thursday. Until then, stay safe and cool. I don't know what